Alright, hello there everyone. It's been a busy weekend, but welcome back. We're going to be doing another Team Wars 2 cast. We are working on week 4. And like I said, it's been a busy weekend. I can't be joined by anyone else. I have open invitation for those who want to come in, but for the most part, I'll be doing another solo cast because I want to keep getting the games casted rather than letting them stockpile. We still have 4 sets to cover. I'll be doing 2 tonight, which I just got up for the day basically, so I am all good to go, hopefully. But yeah, with that out of the way, let's get started on week 4, continuing. Today we will feature the dancing blades Vosses, the triple prismatic illusionists. As always, I'll give you guys a team rundown of who is where so that you can know who you want to cheer for based on your favorite players featured. On the Dancing Blade side, we have Captain Delicious, Calvin Solar Pie, Guy Man the Dude, Death Remar, and Fafares, or Fafaris. I'm not sure how you say that name still. And then Prismatic Illusionist side, we have Captain Thayer, followed by Nivination, Goblin War Buggy, Andreos, Paint Sniffer, and Zero_OU. So as usual, I lament to inform that, I don't have the interpersonal insights with people as much, so I can't build up little dramas between anyone who likes to jeer each other or whatnot. So we'll load in the decks. I just need a moment to load in the decks. But these two teams are about even currently, I can say that much. They have, what is it? I think as of week 4... they're on a tiebreaker with each other. Are they both 2-1? I can't recall exactly. Do I have a 2-1 or 1-2? I know Prismatic has been doing well, so they're definitely 2-1. I forget where Dancing Blade stands here, but I think this was a tiebreaker match. Anyway, what do we have up first? One of the interesting matchups, although that is the wrong team. There we go. And here we go. Alright, you have to forgive me. This is a solo operation and I've got buttons to press and all that good stuff. Game 1, we have Flash Magmar. So, it looks like a mid-range style Magmar list. We've got some Shrouds incorporated, a couple of Rust Crawlers as well. So, Team Wars tech. Interestingly, one Dancing Blade on the side of the Dancing Blades. Maybe they'll feature it in all their decks this week. I don't know. One Elder as well. And then 2 of all spells, except for Flash. This list is pretty unique in just overall construction. Only 1 Vindicator as well. It kind of falls out of the norm of what you normally see in Magmar. On the other side, Prismatics, we have Face Hunter Songhai. Apparently. Now, I don't know what makes this different from Spellhigh, but this looks like your TLDR Spellhigh. Very, very standardized. I'm not noticing anything out of the ordinary. Let me minimize this other window that's in my way. Yeah, we have all 3 of all the Spellhigh. I think it's Spellhigh. So we shall get started with the match. Let me see if I can't load this up. Excellent. So, game 1, we have Death Remar piloting Magmar versus Paint Sniffer on Spellhigh. It's going to be a pretty precious Shroud to hold on to in this matchup. This Magmar list might have some trouble against the Songhai list, potentially, because they have a lot of 2-ofs and whatnot. They don't have consistency on removing backline threats, and they only have really Nat Select and the 2 Shrouds before Macintor turns, so any early game threat development could be fatal on the side of the Songhai, but we'll have to see. Maybe the Magmar overwhelms Songhai player because they need to get this early game, and this is not what you want to see for your turn 1. This is essentially a turn 1 pass, right? Oh. We have Tuskboar and Saberspine Seal. You could spend both cards to remove the Phalanxar. You could send Tuskboar face and just let it die to Phalanxar and then finish it off later. You could, I suppose... Oh, yeah, this is an option too. You could declare your intention to race right off the bat and then do this 6 damage Smork. Hey, how you doing, Doltrack? Poggiest moment of the night. Is that me streaming, or you mean this moment in this match through some irony? So is this like the equivalent of Phoenix Fire face as player 2, but acceptable because it's 6 damage instead? And you do leave a body on board. As stream in general, well, thank you. I'm glad to be here. Bringing some Duelist content online when no Duelist content is around. Face is cringe. Alright, Phalanxar smashes the boar. He's gonna go home and eat well tonight. For the Magmarian people. It looks like we're dispelling our Phalanxar as well. So that's cute. Denying the center monotile. And the only other thing you could do, yeah, do you hold on to your buffs or do you apply one to the Shroud so it survives a hit? A 4-3 Shroud would be decently sturdy. Might have been worthwhile to use a Greater Fortitude there, but you go up in card advantage now. Interesting. Chakri Avatar has been sent away. I wonder what Paint Sniffer was wanting instead of a Chakri. So you can obviously clear the Shroud here, right? You could, I don't know why you would hit the Phalanxar, but you could clear the Phalanxar. I'm seeing Death Remar hovering over their Phalanxar rapidly with their mouse. And then Paint Sniffer is hovering over their general rapidly, too. This is my favorite detail of the replays, that you can see the mouse movements. And you just have to imagine what they're talking about, right? Death Remar doing the loading icon. I do that sometimes when I'm waiting for people to take the turn. I'll just make the square, move my mouse in the square. Alright, actually did choose to punch the Phalanxar. I don't know if I like this as much, right? It's not like the Phalanxar was able... No, it was dispelled, so I guess this denies going to 6 mana. That is a big deal. Developing 4 wins safely, like diagonal of the Shroud and then killing the Shroud, wouldn't have stopped a Macantor from coming down. Now, Death Remar, if they really want that Macantor, they can do Macantor. They can even do double Greater Fortitude with that Macantor. And Flash, you can burn your entire hand to push 8 face damage. You could divide your flashes up between the 2 creatures too, so that they both remain on board if you so desire. It looks like we're definitely getting Flash Mac. We're getting Greater Fort on Mac, Greater Fort on Shroud. Yep, I like it. Death Remore thinking what I was thinking. Go face with both 10 damage against Songhai. So considering this is standard issue Spell High, it's awkward for them to deal with this, right? There's no Ghost Lightning present, there's no Twin Strikes present normally in these decks, so they would need like 2 Phoenix Fires, which is a waste, or you use your general HP some more, which is getting scary. You're already down to 11, and right now, Death Remore's deck appears to be an aggro deck based on what you've seen. It's not, really. It just happened to turn out this way. Seems green is the new red. Sometimes green does this, right? It's not popular at the moment, but sometimes they can do this thing. They can bring the DPS. We have a replace. Chakri is back in hand, which was thrown away earlier. Yeah, this looks dire, actually. So you can walk away, develop both your minions in the back, and then juxtaposition the Mercantor with the Shroud. And the only reason why I would suggest doing that is so you get hit for 4 and not 6. It buys you a turn, it buffs your Chakri by 1 damage point. Oh, this feels bad. Oh, both minions just given away. Is this lethal? Yeah, because they hit, we have lethal in hand. And there is no avoiding that too. Damn, that was a fast game. And thanks to the Vindicator and Flash on the draw, I think any minion would have worked to get ramped out, so. Face Hunter had their face hunted by Death Remore. And honestly, I forgot how fast that match recording was, so that was pretty insane. We are going on to game 2. Songhai lead did not work out. Well called on the Dancing Blades part. I need to adjust the size of this deck and then I'll show it to you all. Prismatic Illusionists to retaliate are going to bring a bit of a sturdier faction. And the Spell High eliminated off the bat must feel pretty bad. That's quite the handicap to have. We have heavier Heliodor in response. So, I see Iron Cliffs, and I guess that's the heavier part of the Heliodor. Otherwise, it seems to be fairly typical healing Lionor, although, we'll say again, you're playing Heliodor, and it's interesting, you only have 2 healing mystics, so we have less healing synergy. Went with 3 Rust Crawlers to deal with, I suppose, Arclight Regalia and other Lionors, which is lacking in this list. There is no Arclight Regalia. And then you have a lot of Dispel. Triple Lightbender, 1 Decimate as well. Let me get this game loaded up here. So, heavier indeed. Some rather significant changes from the core formula. Andreas coming in on the side of player 1. Now, Death Remore is actually a mid-range deck, as we know. They just happened to appear hyper aggro in that first match. So, they probably stand a fairly decent chance against your average healing Lionor. We have the good song playing in-game at the moment. Death Remore could keep the entire hand. You're fighting Lionor, you could replace the Shroud and keep the double 2. We do stick with the whole hand. Not surprised to see that. Turn 1 Windblade. Do you put it in the center or do you put it on a diagonal? We're going diagonal. We want that potential rampage. The good luck, have fun is dropped to Andreas. Perhaps on friendly terms with Death Remar, since they did not do that for the first match. Maybe they just don't want to give it to the Songhai player. Turtle opener, Young Silithar. Yeah, it's like no reason not to do this if you don't wish to engage right away. I'm thinking about pitching in the Healing Mystic. Upgraded to the Emerald Rejuvenator. Westcrawler tossed immediately. Andreas feeling confident that there's no artifacts to worry about in this Magmar list. Which is true. Good insight on their part. 2 Healing Mystics, though, on their side. Not very exciting board development. You can't really make an affordable Tempest or Martyrdom play right now. So what you could do is tempo both your Healing Mystics or just play one to have some board development, which I would probably take the fall there and only play one. We have to keep in mind, these are both of the Healing Mystics in this Lionar deck. There is not a third. So your Sunrise, your synergy is decreasing right now as you play these cards. And because we did Turtle Opener, Magmar is playing it a little bit more passive. So I've mentioned this matchup before, Magmar and Lionar. I feel like it's classic just because back in Duelist 1 I rocked a lot of Magmar. I still do. I play all the factions now, but this is a matchup I remember heavily, and it becomes very positional dependent. Board wars. Alright, we are tempo mysticking. So we have stats on board, that is the priority. Pretty nasty Macintor is made available because of this decision, but we'll have to see if it pans out well for Andreas. I would have held myself back. They seem unconcerned though. On Death Remar's side, if they want to, they can ramp into Spirit Harvester very easily. Just backline it, let it do its thing. You start damaging all the enemy minions. They have to answer your Harvester. Afterwards, you can even get rid of the Healing Mystic. And pretty much just chill. If you don't want to do that, your alternative play, you could do a Ladylock Shroud here and hit the Windblade Adept, I suppose. Doing Ladylock Shroud just to nail the Windblade Adept creates a... yeah, if you staircase like this, it's really decent. I think this is good. He denied a Monotile from Andreas, so they can't do any sneaky Silverguard Martyr plays on this turn. Or some sort of equivalent. Holy Immolation is not super fantastic here, because you can only hit 2 things. So it might feel a little bit like a waste. Martyrdom goes down on the Shroud, so Windblade is likely the other thing that's going to come out. Very good clear though on Andreas's part, using the Mystics to nail the Ladylock. They haven't committed to it yet. Yeah, I think we leave the Silithar alone. Because our Windblade is dispelled. We're thinking about replacing Tempest. Okay. Rustcrawler comes back. Good old Rusty. It's always there when you don't need him. Let me just set up another Windblade. We have... the positioning is maybe slightly questionable. They'd have to flash Macantor, right? But it's a pretty nasty Macantor since the Windblade is placed where it is. We can see Death Remar won't be able to make that play though. On Death Remar's side, you have a couple options in hand already. We're getting rid of slow veteran development as one of the options though. I think veteran strength could have made that worthwhile. Realistically, you probably play Harvester here, right? You could also do Rush Phalanxar. Rush Phalanxar allows you to clear 3 minions on this turn. Actually, yeah, 3 minions. Harvester, same deal. I feel like, so Death Remar did an interesting move here. They actually sacrificed their Silithar to hit the Healing Mystic so they can remove the Undispelled Windblade Adept. They could have played a defensive Harvester anywhere and killed 2 of the minions while leaving Silithar up and being out of range with the Windblades if they wanted to. I think we see Martyr Silverguard here. This puts the board in Andrea's favor. Death Remar gets a nice little HP boon though. L Pattern coming in handy here against the Macantor. So if you're Death Remar and you want to clear the board, you can again rush out Phalanxar, throw your Vindicator into the Silverguard of Phalanxar, and then punch the Windblade Adept. That is a play you can make. You could also just Macantor and then punch Silverguard. It doesn't feel as good in my opinion. I would probably sack the Vindy and just have a 4-1 Phalanxar left. I don't think you develop the other two. It's probably too inefficient to just play Veteran or Rejuve here. Rejuve being really useless since you're at full health. Andreas on the following turn is going to be looking for these Iron Cliffs to start entering the hand. We're heavier Helionar. We want to see the heavier bodies coming down. Alright, this is a line 2. You take 1 more damage, but you keep 1 more minion. Unfortunately, you play into 2-drop Holy Immo. You would have been in 2-drop Holy Immo regardless, I think. Unless you sent the Vindicator behind Arjun and then kept the Phalanxar back there. And then moved Vath down and right so he could hit the Windblade, which was where the Phalanxar is standing now. That would have played around the Immo. And then Andreas would have to punch the Phalanxar. You're left back at square 0 doing that, but holding up the Silverguard Knight could just develop minions here in Andreas' side. You definitely don't need to Holy Immo this. Taking 4 damage as Lionar is no big deal. You get a nice diagonal provoke. Windblade played forward. We're putting Lionar's stats on the board. And then pass and turn over to Death Remar. Dancing Blades was a good draw for Death Remar. The Rejuvenator's been downgraded back to Mystic. It was upgraded from a Mystic at the beginning of the game, now it's downgraded back to Mystic. That's hilarious. Oh man, little details like that you get to notice watching these replays makes it all the funnier to me. Yeah, I think we just dancing... Okay, hold on. You could flash Dancing Blades and play Veteran, or flash Veteran and play Dancing Blades. It's probably your strongest turn. I don't think you can do anything about the Windblade Adept though. Getting rolled by Magmar in game 1 like that was really funny. Yeah, that was disgusting. It didn't even make any sense when you look at the Magmar deck. It's like, huh, how does that happen? Poor Paint Sniffer. I actually opted to play the Mystic instead, holding the Flash. So in this Magmar list, I suppose you want to save the Flash to throw Elder out with Vindicator, right? So I can see it. But otherwise, Flash is just for ramping in this list. Maybe they want to save it for Vindicator play later. Or just something juicier. You can Flash Macintor and maybe play something alongside it. We might be in for a long one here. We're getting into the higher mana numbers. We're at 7 on this turn. But this is Lionar v Magmar. We're at 21 HP each. You could just drop Sinja here, kill the Vindicator with your Windblade, and then punch Healing Mystic or the enemy general, whatever you're feeling spicier about. We have 2 Sinjas now. I suppose there was... Nah, I don't think he played the 4 drops ever because he could only play 1. Oh yeah, this works too. I didn't even notice this. You kind of put the Windblade out of the fight, but you preserve it, you know. Sinja's obviously the bigger threat here. Well, Death Remar can just Macantor Greater Fort. Make sure you hit with the Healing Mystic first on Sinja. Yep, and then Macantor gets 6 face damage off and doesn't die to the effect. Crimson, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We are doing a Team Wars 2 cast of Duelist 2. The Team Wars tournament that's been ongoing. It is currently week 4. We're watching the Dancing Blades throw down with Prismatic Illusionists. Are we flashing here? Because we're looking at Phalanx. We are flashing. Interesting. Flash Macantor. The only thing about flashing Macantor here is you leave that 1 HP as opposed to 3 HP. But you get the Phalanxar body too. You dump your hand a little bit. I'm not sure. I wonder if it would have been better to keep Phalanxar by your side. This does kind of say, hey, you want to play that Holy Immolation that I think you have in your hand? and get some minion value that's not also hitting my face. Andreas, though, they can just develop another Syndra if they want. And go hit face. You're at 12 if you do that. And I don't know how the Prismatic Illusionists are feeling about this Magmar deck after the first game. 1 or 3 doesn't matter much against Lionar. Well, it's the difference between Tempest working or not working, so it's a pretty big deal. Alright, we do Syndra. I think the only difference I would have done with this play is put the Syndra in the middle below you. It is now not next to Vath, or in range to get to Vath on the next turn if they walk 2 to the right. And we're walking 2 to the right. Could do Lady Locke Spirit Harvester on this turn. It's not terrible. You could do Lady Locke Macantor, but it'll die to Syndra if you decide to hit both. You know what? There's another line of play here. You could have done Macantor without Lady Locke and save Lady Locke for next turn so that you have a 5 damage Macantor to clear Syndra. But Death Remar drew a second Lady Locke, so they weren't punished for not thinking ahead like that. But yeah, an empty Spirit Harvester might have been the way to go there. Just so your Macantor can clear the Syndra on the next turn. This is still very strong, though. Andreas thankfully has Dispel in hand. They can get out of this situation, otherwise it would have been decently awkward for them. What do you do with the rest of your mana? Do you just play Ironcliff Guardian? Or you heal for 4. Yeah, I feel like I would drop Ironcliff in front of Vath. Should be safe enough unless you suspect Elucidator's been hiding in the deck. Then it might be scary. Because you're exposed on the one side. So this isn't horrible for Death Remar. We don't have a solution for Ironcliff, but they can thankfully clear the Syndra. Yeah, Lady Locke draw coming in handy there. I don't think you want to hit that. Although, if you don't hit that, how are you going to deal with it? Because this Holy Immolation in return is going to be kind of irreparable. Andreas is down to 5 HP. They have not drawn any of their golden bottles yet. Decimate being replaced as it should. Oh, damn. Commentator's Curse, maybe. We've drawn the Sundrop Elixir. And now you don't need the Holy Immo. You can, yeah. You can heal for 9. And get rid of these minions. And now Death Remar is pretty much Metamorphosis or bust here. I think we definitely need to see the meta come down. Metamorphosis alone isn't going to be enough to help, though. They're in a very bad position being in the corner here. Yeah, just Lionar things. Alright, we drew Flash. So we can't kill anything on board. The best you can do is make it so only 3 enemy minions can reach your face. We currently have 8, 11, 13, 14, 16 damage, 17, 18 out of Andreas' side. All they have to do is move the general away and let the Sunriser come in. So that is essentially checkmate. Death Remar doesn't know it yet, but there's nothing that they can do from dying here. Yep. You just develop your dudes and you pray your opponent doesn't have the means to terminate you on this turn, but Andreas can terminate them. Oh yeah, you can do that too. You just sacrifice the damaged Rejuvenator to squeeze in your Sunriser. I like the careful consideration of fully ammo on it. Andreas didn't slam their cards down. Alright, well fought by Andreas of the Prismatic Illusionist. We're going to be moving on to Game 3. So Healing Lionar, Team 1 is going to be sending in Abyssian, Creep Abyssian, to deal with the Healing Lionar. This looks fairly traditional to the Creep name. We've got our crawlers, no Juggernauts. This is the balance update Juggernauts. We saw one team try it out, didn't really do much with it. I was hoping to see more changed cards this week, but not really any so far. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, pretty much standard Creep things. We have some artifact tech just to have some artifact tech. We are rocking the Grasp of Agonies instead of the fear factor of Grasp being present. A couple Dancing Blades as well. So this should be an interesting matchup here. Abyssian going for the late game against Lionar. Solar Pie coming in on the Abyss. I think we see full mulligans from Lionar, unless you want to keep the Martyr. And yeah, Solar Pie kept the Healing Mystic. I would have done the same thing. So I think Abyssian probably, Creep Abyssian especially, probably has a slightly better time against this Healing Lionar deck that's been terrorizing the meta as of late. We've got the Windblade opener, feeling good on Andreas' side. Solar Pie, they did not see any Arclight Regalias on the last game. They could suspect that there are none and then tempo the Rust Crawler just for the 1/4 stat line, or they could hold it and it might be a dead card in their hand the whole time they hold it. We'll have to see what they do. As otherwise, Turtle Opener Healing Mystic is fine, right? Maybe keep the Grasp. We actually replaced the Grasp. Lionar likes to bundle up, so Grasp could be handy early on, especially if you just want to hold on to that. Oh, going forward. You love Deadly Lionar when you're not up against it. Well, feel free to sit back and enjoy. We have some Lionar. Turtle Opener Healing Mystic is our choice. They were looking at moving up one for a second there. I'm not sure what the idea for that would have been, or if their mouse was just hovering that tile as they were contemplating on Turtle Opener. On Andreas' side, you're dealing with Abyssian. They always have Spectral Blades. Normally, do you keep the Rust Crawler or replace it? You could also replace the Holy Immolation. You don't really need it right now. Abyssian doesn't usually develop anything you want to immo, except Blood Moon Priestess if they have the Swarm style deck, although we haven't seen too many of those in Team Wars. Yeah, Rusty did get the replace. Could do double Primus. Andreas, they have the same option as they had in the previous game I was talking about. They could just drop one Primus and set up a favorable board positioning. But last game, they did develop 2 minions. They tempoed out both their Mystics, so I would suspect they're inclined to tempo out both Primus here as well. They prioritize stats on board. Yo, what's up, Hempmine? Interesting Primus placement. Respecting the Grasp of Agony. A very wise move. Unfortunately, this placement gives that Healing Mystic some advantage to make a favorable trade against the Primus since it doesn't have 3 attack. I think that if you were going to respect the Grasp of Agony, would you have not denied the center mana tile and just left it open instead? And keep your Primus Fist back? Because if they do have it, you kind of just donated the Windblade. Especially if they use Blood Tear and sack Mystic into Windblade and they hit your face as well. We see Shroud going down. Blood Tear denying bottom tile. And it looks like we killed the Windblade. Traded damage into the Primus Fist. Not bad turn for Solar Pie, considering that's about as good as it gets for Abyssian typically. Early game Abyssian anyway. So you see all these things. The Prismatic Illusionist probably think, yeah, it's just regular Abyssian here. Nothing stands out, so you can't really infer anything. Other than it's not a Kidikaka deck or Sarlacc deck. It could be a Sarlacc deck, actually. This is a bit of an awkward turn. Yeah, I guess you Holy Immo. To be fair, you can clear the whole board and develop Sunriser. But you're fighting against Abyssian, so if Sunriser's in range to get hit, you're gonna get Nightsire assassinated. So you need to develop the Sunriser where it won't get hit by the general. Looks like we're just gonna push face damage. Since you're fighting Abyssian, I think this is a fine play to do, actually. Yeah, the only thing that stinks is your general and your other Primus kind of blocked each other from pushing 2 extra damage. But you're in a very strong position. And Solar Pie. I think we're looking at Dancing Blade, really. You could Assassin and Lure if you wanted to. I don't think you do, but that clears the whole board. Dancing Blade on the bottom Primus doesn't feel as good as on the top, but you can walk out of range of the top. Or you can Dancing Blade the top guy and just leave the bottom one to die later when he hits you in the face. Yeah. I think depending on how efficiently Andreas can deal with that Dancing Blade right here, right now, can maybe set whether or not they're going to come out on top in this match. They can push more damage. Unfortunately for Andreas, you have four 4-mana cards in hand, so you can only play one of them plus Sundrop Elixir. Which one do you play? Probably not Lightbender, right? Probably not Rejuvenator, though you could. Probably not Holy Ammo, though you could. I guess. You could do a safely positioned Sunriser. This works too, I guess. Save Sunriser for later. Looks like we're backing off the Primus. Interesting. Okay, we moved the Primus in. We did not hit with it though. Keeping the body around. Though that Solar Pie has to choose how to deal with it or not. Alright, Solar Pie can heal for 6. Develop some threats. Can clear Primus. Can choose to push damage into Arjun or not. They could also clear the Primus with the Dancing Blade. Back off. 1 tile up. And just develop things. Could make a safety box from Holy Ammo. Could staircase a little bit to also play around Holy Ammo. Yeah, we see the Dancing Blades take the Primus Fists, so we're definitely playing conservatively. Which means they might actually stay there in range of the Rejuvenator instead of moving and just do a anti-MO box. Yeah, you know they have Iron Cliff. They can't drop it in MO, but you don't want to leave openings. Healing the Dancing Blades back to 6 too. Feeling comfortable enough at 19. I like it. Okay, Andreas has Decimate in hand. It is currently dead in the water. I would probably just replace Decimate. Yeah. And now we have Iron Cliffy. They do not have a 2-drop. 2-drop Holy Ammo. It wouldn't even be the best thing to do. So, you could Sunriser Sundrop. There's nothing to really dispel, so the 2 Lightbenders feel very bad. You could play the Iron Cliff and hope that Solar Pie can't remove it efficiently. I think the tables are slowly turning here. In the Solar Pie's favor. Because they can whip anything that gets played at the moment. Make it irrelevant. It's also a 7-mana turn, Revenant or Shadow Nova likely to happen if Andreas doesn't have a significant enough turn. They could get blown out. Alright, nice. Healing up Rejuvenator to 4 again. Going for a clear on the enemy Rejuvenator. Solar Pie can deal with this board state though. If they do Dancing Blades kills Rejuvenator and then Revenant kills the Light Riser, Sunriser, they'll be a little vulnerable to a Holy Ammo counterattack, but they can back off their general and not care. They could also do Rejuvenator and sack the Healing Mystic, just play a Night Sorrow Assassin. Or they could do Rejuvenator and Demonic Lure on the Sunriser and just send it away. They have different options. I think Revenant makes the most sense, even if it gets retaliated with by a Holy Immolation. And if you keep the Healing Mystic down and right, I was gonna say keep it out of that Holy Immo box so that you have it still. Could be nice, but we're gonna use it to hit face. The match is suddenly close again, 15-13. Silverguard, Holy Immo, the obvious turn that likely will happen. Yeah, I'm not sure what else you do. That's a lot of scary stats on board. The Revenant at 3 HP is a major concern. I would replace a Lightbender first to see what your other options are. You could Martyrdom, Iron Cliff, I guess. Then do you take 4 damage to get rid of the Dancing Blades manually? If you heal your opponent for 3 and you take 4, that's a 7 HP swing in your opponent's favor. Just to play Iron Cliff instead of Silverguard on this turn. You do have another healing bottle in hand. So maybe it's a sacrifice you can afford to make, but will you be able to do enough damage later? Yeah, I think this was the play. Now, I was going to say, are you Lionar Head? Do you maintain the zeal? Or do you move 2 to the right to avoid the Shadow Nova, potential Shadow Nova? So we've maintained zeal. If you're Solar Pie, I think you just Nova Void Pulse here. Oh, they're actually doing Demonic Lord, taking it slow. Interesting. This delays the power of your Novas in the future just to secure some extra HP. Void Pulse would have allowed you to kill the Silverguard Knight and stay at 11. And I don't think Helionar can do 11 out of hand. If you assume they have Tiger in there, Tiger Immo, 7. They need Tiger, Immo, Tempest on 9 mana plus general hit in order to do 11 damage. Alright, but we're going with the heals now. Feel better at 15, feeling even better at 18 HP. This also develops a minion on the board, so I don't think it's a terrible alternative. I was just a little surprised not to capitalize on developing Nova now, because Nova now means the second Nova killed. Actually, no, the second Nova wouldn't have killed. They would have needed a second Void Pulse. I guess it depends, because you have Nova Lure on the next turn. You also have Nova Spectral Blade. So it really depends on what's in the way. Where Andreas decides to position. If I was Andreas here, I think I'd do Iron Cliff, Mystic, and Sundrop and spruce up. I would have kept that Lightbender too, only because I think I would know this is creep even though we haven't seen Nova yet, and if you do get Nova, you can destroy the Nova. Scared of Lightbenders. We might see Holy Immo happen instead of Ironcliff development. I think that's a mistake. If you're not playing this big threat ever, you're never going to get any value off of it, right? And you've had a couple chances to drop it down. This Healing Mystic isn't threatening enough damage against Abyssian. So now they Nova. Nova Artifact, right? Maybe replace an Assassin. We have another Lure. I don't know if I would hit face here. in Solar Pie's position. How would I feel about a card that destroys creep then heals allies by the amount destroyed? Well, alright. In the current situation with how creep generation is and its power, I feel like it wouldn't be a card that gets played because you don't develop enough creep to make it worthwhile. And then you kill your win condition by removing your creep tiles. So on paper, it sounds like it wouldn't be very strong. If it was Duelist 1 creep, where there's a lot more creep that you can spread, but it only does 1 damage per tile without extra synergies, then it could be alright. Because you actually make creep in Duelist 1. Alright, we did see the Nova, and we did see the hit. My thought before that question was, do we hit and go to 10? I think it's weird to hit and go to 10, right? Only because they didn't hit the Silver Guard and remain at 11. So if you weren't willing to make that play, why would you hit here? It's a little strange. It's a little strange just because it's like the same situation. You didn't draw an extra Shadow Nova, so you have to top deck one. So you're still gambling. In this situation though, Andreas is dead to a top deck Nova if they don't heal again. Unless they play that Lightbender. And I would play that Lightbender. Now, Ironcliff, right? We've got to see... Yes, Ironcliffy. He's made it. I know he gets Demonic Lord. And the reason why he hasn't been played this whole time is probably because they feared Demonic Lore. But like, eventually you gotta play the card, right? So you may as well do it sooner rather than later. So that your minion comes back sooner rather than later, or never. That was a nice Lightbender top deck. Yeah, it's good that they got the Lightbender back. Just earlier I was mentioning I would have kept that Lightbender, but they replaced it away. Alright, there's the Demon Lure. Solar Pie actually staying nearby. Interesting. Ooh, going down to 8. We get an assassin off here. So they're willing to take risks. I'm curious what the general idea was with the Emerald Rejuvenator turn earlier. Because now they're even lower than ever before. They can die here. Holy Emerald Tempest is all Andreas would need, and a 2-drop. Or even a 3-drop. And you're dead. So, this is a big risk. We can see Andreas doesn't have those cards in hand. So this risk might pay off, but yeah. I'm surprised they didn't just walk down and left to stay away from... I guess if you did that, you couldn't kill the Lightbender. Maybe leaving the Lightbender up was scarier. If you're Andreas, do you Martyrdom your Ironcliff here and just get 9 HP back? Instead of playing Rejuvenator? Probably you play Rejuvenator, right? Because you don't think I'm gonna die from 12. And the double body block is nice. So we might have a lot more game left to go. Solar Pie is down to this final lure. And they're down to 6 HP. They can go back up to 9. You can Dancing Blade, Night Sorrow to clear Sunriser. It's not safe to walk 2 tiles to the left though. Do you see the Dancing Blade go down? Alright, sorry, I fell silent there because I was snacking a little bit. Rejuve gets a clear. And then dies. Alright, this looks pretty good. They managed to double block Origins path. So you could walk up to or down to and play that Decimate to deal with Dancing Blade. And Martyrdom your Iron Cliff to heal 19. It sucks. It's probably not worthwhile to do that, but it's an option. You could Martyrdom both these Abyss minions, and then Abyss is suddenly back in the game. You could Tempest and hit the Night Sorrow, and then Martyrdom the D-Blade after it's hit by Tempest. Martyrdom your Iron Cliff, or don't before. All this removal, and I think Andreas likely doesn't want to play any of it at this point in time. I think I would do the down 2 or up 2 Martyr Decimate. Yeah, we're seeing it. It doesn't feel good, but what else are you gonna do? Thought about Martyrdom on the Night Sorrow for a quick second there. Changed their mind to do Rustcrawler instead. I like Rustcrawler better. Martyrdom on that Night Sorrow would mean you have no answer for a incoming Revenant. So Solar Pie should feel really good about that turn, because at worst they can just start walking away now. They even have a Primus Fist to clear this Rustcrawler. So you can box Argion in. Boxing Argion in is vulnerable to a Holy Immo play, but we've seen 2 already, so it's not likely to see a 3rd, right? You don't have to box Argion in. You could even play... Huh. Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say you could play to buff the Rustcrawler too, or not Rustcrawler, Abyssal Crawler too. Tempest plus Syndra. If Andreas plays Sindri first, it will kill the Primus Fist after Tempest happens, which would save Andreas 2 HP. I think you just developed the big body thing here, yeah. Unfortunately, you've set yourself up in a way that you have to chase down the Abyssian player again. And the Solar Pie, thankfully, got away from the Lionheart player, so they can just keep walking away. This is a pretty weak turn, but you're just waiting to draw your Novas, so... yeah, Rejuve goes down and pass. No need to do anything else. Alright, the chase is on. Cue up the Ben and Jerry music, or whatever it is. Tom and Jerry. I would have held that Lightbender again. You have less than 16 HP. Oh, 2 Shadow Nova. Benny Hill. Benny Hill. Yeah, it all works. What's up, Kevba? Cue chase music. Yeah, I wouldn't have replaced that Lightbender. It kind of helps you not die to Nova while you spend time approaching your enemy again. You could lock down the enemy general so that your Syndra gets in range on the next turn. Hopefully. We can see that Solar Pie loves to see what's about to happen. Andreas is not going to like it. Oh, Andreas, no! It's fallen so far out of your control. So we can do the obvious play is Revenant and Grasp with Crawler. Actually replaced into Double Grasp. You could Double Grasp and Revenant and then sacrifice your Rejuvenator. You get a full board clear. And you have a Revenant in the face of Argion. You just play the Revenant, move it behind Argion, and hit the Windblade Adept. Now, we haven't seen Grasp of Agony played yet, right? At all? So this is getting revealed finally in this set. That would kill the Revenant. Ah, you know what? You're right. Yeah, Revenant would die first, so you have to keep Revenant away from Syndra. Yeah, I forgot. Revenant's gonna hurt the general, and then proc Syndra as a response. Oh yeah, you may notice the animations start to speed up here. This is a suggestion I was instructed towards. The game has lasted for a half hour. So it's on 1.5 speed now to get things going. This was a very long match, and it's not over yet. There's still lots of match left to play, but this is something that we'll be doing if games go on for a half hour plus. I will speed them up at a point. I think this set was the most polarizing because they had both the shortest game in Game 1 and the longest game in Game 3 for the entire week, which is kind of hilarious. If you're gonna have the longest game of the week, you may as well also have the shortest game of the week to make up for it, right? I think that was our last martyrdom that just went down. We can't see Andreas's deck size, but it should be a little bit lower than Solar Pies. I think they're around 10 cards at the moment. So we are close to fatiguing here. Why don't they grass the Sinja? If they grass the Sinja, the Silverguard Knight would not be in range to get hit by the grasp, so they couldn't clear the whole board. You could have left the Silverguard Knight alive, I suppose. If you also grass the Sinja, that means you have to kill the Sinja. Which means your Revenant would have died, and you couldn't kill the Sinja. Revenant only does 6 damage. Your Rejuvenator was provoked. Yeah, they had 2 grass, but if you play grass on the minion, that minion has to be the one to die for grass to activate. Alright, nice demonic lure. I think that's the 3rd lure coming down. And that dreaded Nova is here. If we had a Lightbender, Andreas could destroy 4 Shadow Creep tiles so that the next Nova, the last Nova, would be completely irrelevant. Ah, you mean 1 on Sinja, 1 on Windblade. I see what you mean now. I think the idea was just to save as much HP as possible. Even if you punch the Silverguard for 1 and go down to 10. I imagine tensions are really high at this point for both teams because they are... Like, we're at 1.5 speed now, right? They're going on to 40 minutes of match time in reality. We're heading into 35. They're on 40. So they're probably getting really anxious, and everyone's decks are starting to run low. So I will say most of these turns are definitely coming down to roping, even though they don't have a lot of stuff to play. There's slightly less decisions to make. Andreas has declared all in. Now, they may as well. There's no more lures. You have to hope that the other Revenants don't show up, but this is about the best you can do. Lightbender's back. That's nice. Solar Pie. Well, they have Revenant, but the Sunriser gets to stay alive, which could be scary. They could play Revenant below them and move 2 down, and then play Healing Mystic to block Argion, I suppose. I'm not sure what else you would risk doing. I don't think you do anything other than play Revenant and Healing Mystic here. Yeah, when are the Lionars going to start running one of Magnetizes in Team Wars? Imagine how useful that would be. Interesting. We played Blood Tier and are risking death to the I think that have all 3 Holy Immos been played? Have they figured if that's out of the equation? We're so scared of the sunrise for getting value that we're actually risking death here. Andreas only needs... I think only 2 were played, so Holy Immo would be lethal. They need 4 damage. Whenever you have Second Sun, you need to magnetize. I've got a Second Sun Divine Bond list too. In fact, I managed to queue in the Chocobo's wife, girlfriend, lady friend. I'm not sure what her status is. The other night, and I got her with it. Some Divine Bond Second Sun action. So, Andreas hasn't replaced yet, I don't think. They might be debating on dispelling, yeah, the Revenant and killing the Revenant. What? What the heck? Alright, we're afraid of this impending Shadow Nova, but this Revenant is undispelled. Ow. Yeah, that's death, unfortunately. If you were gonna do this play, the Rejuvenator had to be where Cassie is right now. But I probably would have killed the enemy minions. What an ending. That was an intense game. It did go on for 40 minutes air time because I sped it up at the half-hour mark. So it was actually like a 55 minute game. Congratulations to Creep Abyss for hanging in there and getting away from Andreas. So in the next game we have Team 2 sending in Vanar. So let me get that list up for everybody. Displaced Jax. We have Arctic Displacer as a 1 of, and 2 Jaxes with a 1 of tree. I see Lady Locke being featured as well. It's quite a bit of variety. We have a 1 of Spirit of the Wild, so a new Spirit of the Wild card. I'm curious to see if that comes into play. 2 Snowpiercers to go along with it. It's actually a lot of 2-0s in this deck, right? It's an interesting Vanar list. I suppose it is a Jax Vanar at its core, but it has Spirit of the Wild as a backup win condition. So we'll have to see how well this performs. Let me load in the deck here. This could be a bit slower. So if you're doing the Spirit of the Wild thing, you're waiting for 9 mana to come around anyway. So I think the Creep Abyssian is going to have some room to work with, unless they get really overpowered by the early game. Which they could, if the Fenrir War Masters show up when they need to. And if Jack shows up when he needs to. The Abyssian list could be overwhelmed. Just considering replace options. I don't think you replace any of this Goblin War Buggy playing Vanar. Maybe you replace 1 Primus Fist if you're looking for some kind of tech card. You essentially know what Abyssian list you're playing against, which means your Prophet guy is completely useless. Rustcrawler is only okay, because they only have a couple of Spectral Blades. They don't have a full suite of 3. Yeah, I probably would have replaced the Primus looking for a Fenrir to curve out into turn 2 better. But you could just draw Fenrir War Master too. That works. Solar Pie. They can open with Rusty Boy. They could do Rusty Shroud if they really want to. I don't think that would be terribly horrific. They're not aware of what Vanart lists are up against. This is the first Team Wars in the new patch, so I'm not sure how popular Snowpiercer has become with Spirit of the Wild's change overall. And I'm not sure if they know how popular it might be. It could be worthwhile to hold on to that Rust Crawler is what I'm trying to get at, if you think Snowpiercer is present in the deck. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tempo Shroud Crawler. Because you're up against Vanart, one of the concepts in this matchup is deny Jack's True Sight from happening early. If you're not good at preparing against Jack's True Sight early, and this Abyssian list, they can stick crawlers in the corner if they get them to set up a couple early Nova Spikes on their end of the board, but other than that, you're gonna want your Blood Tears in hand and Demonic Lures maybe. We do see Tempo Shroud come out. Yeah, if I was Goblin War Buggy, you can do 3 and 2. You don't buff the War Master, but you can make Araki kill the Shroud for you. So 3 and 2. It's very good. I would even replace the Hailstone Prison here just because it's not going to be useful for a really long time against this Abyss deck. There's nothing that you want a Hailstone Prison except Revenant later. Maybe a Dancing Blade. Looks like we're keeping the Hailstone Prison though. We're thinking about a replace. Yeah, I would have done the same thing. Huh. It could have been a good idea to replace first. You would have had Lady Locke and Primus instead, which could have been nicer than Fenrir Primus. I don't know. Fenrir Primus is still very strong there. Lady Locke's around for later. So Solar Pie, we're dealing with the consequences of our turn 1 action. We get a nice trade on finishing Araki, but we're low on cards. What do you want to do here? Could trade into the Primus Fist and just develop a Rejuvenator as a body, I guess. We're looking at Crawler, though. I think getting Crawler set out early can be useful if you think you're up against Jack's True Sight deck. But you also want your Crawler in the corner. Okay. This was probably the most expected line of play. If I was doing this, I would have positioned a little differently, though. We're separating the Primus Fist from the rest of his friends. He is now the captive of the Abyssian. Alright, Goblin or Buggy can clear board with Snowpiercer, can clear board with Primus. If you play any one of your cards, you can only play the Prophet with it. I think Tempo Prophet is worthwhile here just for the extra body to work with. Only because, again, there's no spell in the Abyssian list that gets blocked. Void Pulse gets blocked, it's the only one. The damage gets blocked, but not the heal. Yeah, they haven't replaced yet, right? They could replace. Alright, replacing Primus. We're going Piercer. Piercer Prophet. And pushing some damage in. Alright, Solar Pie, how do we respond? You could, although it's not fantastic, grasp on Fenrir Warmaster to ping off a charge of the Snowpiercer artifact in conjunction with Night Sorrow, and then clear the wolf, or the artifact, I guess, depending on what you prefer. They have a place available to them. They could equip the Spectral Blade and just trade in some minions, although it doesn't feel great. In this situation, since these minions have 2 HP, could replace the Spectral Blade and see what other options you get. Or did they already replace? I need to be more attentive to the replacing. We're going Grasp! And Assassin. Throwing Crawler in as well, keeping it nice and safe in the corner. Okay, it's not a bad turn on Solar Pie's end, right? It's not fantastic, but it's not bad. Goblin Ward Buggy can choose to keep that for later, but no, they don't want it. This is a little unfortunate. If you have a Vesper, yeah, I'd probably play this and get your Arctic Displacer in hand just so you don't fall behind on cards. Push 5 face damage. It's not awful of a turn. Solar Pie very content to leave the infiltrate zone. And just like the Grasp of Agony debate happens, we have never seen Avalanche in Team Wars because of the way the format works and the fact that if you win, people know you have it in your deck. It immediately becomes a dead card as soon as you reveal it. So you can almost bet that nobody is going to bring Avalanche in the Team Wars setting. It's not guaranteed, of course. Someone can surprise us all and roll with it regardless, but you likely won't see it. Pretty lackluster replace for Solar Pie. So, yeah, just do a little bit of healing, get another crawly guy out. Yeah, I like this. So the minions are set up to deal with Jacksonator, should he arrive. Oh, excuse me. Since the minions are now not really protecting Solar Pie, you could move down and right, develop a Ladylock and Fenrir if you so desire, and just keep on the race to go face. It is 7 mana on the next turn, so you do have to think about positioning around Shadow Nova, right? You don't want both your minions to get hit with Shadow Nova. And as far as Spectral Revenant coming down, he's likely to run into the 4/5 in this scenario. You have the Cryo in hand to respond to a Revenant play, so I suppose you don't mind it too much. I'm a little surprised the Lady Lock isn't below Faye here. If you imagine the one Provoker gets whipped, I would think your goal is to keep Solar Pie in place. But the other thing I'm realizing is Goblin War Buggy did not hit on that turn, right? They just passed. Alright, Revenant coming down. Heal Mystic sacrificing his life to take out the Fenrir Wolf token. You could just move 2 to the left to stay away from Lady Lock and, you know, be ready to go against Jack's True Sight a little bit. Yeah, what else do you do? Like, they replaced their Night Sorrow instead of their Healing Mystic, so concerned about their HP overall. Seven mana to work with. Assuming Cryo comes down here, you can do 2 and 2. Araki Primus, or you could do Araki. If we're putting Araki there, we're probably keeping Hearth Sister. I was gonna say you could do Araki Hearth Sister, bring the Lady Lock in, and then kill the 2/1 and play around Shadow Nova. Interesting. So we're separating our threats this way, but missing out on the damage on Araki could be relevant if he gets brought in later. Solar Pie, how afraid of Araki are you that you Nova the thing? You know Hearth Sister is a card, and you are at 13 health. They have 5 cards in hand. How many opening gambits could they possibly have if they just dropped the Primus like that? Hearth Sister Razorback at minimum is taking Araki to 8 damage, right? Or is that 10? It's plus 4. 7 and plus 2, it's 9. 9 damage. Oh, we're doing Spectral Blade instead. Healing Mystic and maybe Primus to clear the Lady Lock. Alright, this gives a full clear. Araki is a little scary. It's 8 mana. If they have another Primus Fist, it's lethal. I don't think they can. So they can like walk up, hit the Primus with the General, and then reactivate stuff using the Spirit of the Wild. General could clear the Primus, and then Araki can walk into range along with another minion. We see Jack's True Sight though. Since Jack's True Sight was drawn, I think the plan is going to change to not cash in on Araki damage. It'll probably just clear board and Jack's True Sight will get developed here. You don't die to another Shadow Nova. They likely can only deal with 2 Jaxies, mini Jaxies, so you're going to be left with 9 extra damage at the end, or at the next turn. Plus Spirit of the Wild, depending on how many are in your opponent's side of the board. Yeah. That's a pretty nice Jax. Solar Pie. We can kill 1. We can kill 2. And if you really want to not concern yourself with Araki, you can dispel a 3rd, but that would be suicide. Replaced into a Dancing Blade. Same responses. So 2 can be dealt with. 3 if you don't care about Araki, which is unreasonable. You probably kill Araki with your Healing Mystic here. That means that we are going to see lethal, because there's 12 damage on the board for Razorback, Spirit of the Wild. 2 Jaxes on the Infiltrate side will be 12 damage. If 3 of them survive, it's going to be 18 damage. We do see Nova hit face. So that is lethal. 15 with the 3rd mini Jax. Nothing else needs to be played. Spirit of the Wild coming in for the kill. Very well played by both sides. They had quite a tense standoff there. I think Abyssian could have got away with it again if they had just a little bit more time, because they didn't roll into all their endgame cards back to back to back. Anyway, it's Songhai time. It's Spell High. This is the I don't know who like coined this iteration of Spell High. So you have the one of Spiral Technique, one of Mist Dragon Seal, and one of Ghost Lightning, which is kind of hilarious to see. And no Blood Rage masks. I'm not sure how I feel about this version of Spell High. I don't mind a one of Spiral Technique. I use it myself in my list. I feel like instead of Mist Dragon and Ghost Lightning, I probably want a Blood Rage mask over one of those 2 at least. Blood Rage mask is still very strong, but we'll have to see here if this works out in favor of the Spell High player. Delicious coming in, captain of the Dancing Blades. Piloting Songhai, Goblin War Buggy, likely mulliganing just the Razorback if you want to keep Hailstone for early tempo. Maybe mulligan the Hailstone as well. Looks like they're replacing the Araki at the moment. Interesting, full mulligan. Threw Araki away. I know Tuskboar exists, and you probably don't want to get hit by Tuskboar on turn 2, but interesting all the same. Kaido Assassin opener, very strong. Delicious has a nice minion focused curve for their early game here, so they'll be in a strong position no matter what happens. War Buggy, I'm still surprised about the Araki replace, even considering the matchup you're dealing with. Because now, look at what you have to play. You could tempo crawler Primus, but you're fighting against Songhai. One of the biggest fears is going to be the mask, which is funny because they actually don't have the mask. So once again, we'll see if this Rust Crawler sticks around in hand, just clogging up hand space, when it will never be destined to obtain any sort of value. Alright, they're thinking. We're going Turtle Opener Primus Fist. Oh, Tusk Boar on the replace. Alright, lots of options here. Could do 3 and 2, could do 2 and 2. You really want to not spend too many tiles on the first turn if you only want to break one. You know, this situation is feeling a little weird in my head. Maybe it's because I've been recording so many games. Maybe it's because I've seen this exact situation play out before in the other tournament match that literally just happened. Who was it? It was Teo's first Songhai SquarePants the other day, right? There was a Songhai fighting a turtle opening Vanar? I might be mixing up my situations here. Did they put Tusk Boar in front of Faye? They do. Yeah. It's like weird deja vu. I swear we saw a similar scenario play out. I made a comment about the positioning of the Tusk Boar because the other game, they took the top tile away and then left the middle tile open against the opponent. I think it was Abyss was the opponent instead. So this one keeps the top tile in your favor. I like this more than what the other team did in the other match, but it's just like weird seeing the same scenario play out almost to a T here. In the same week of games. That's just funny. Yeah, what do you do here? This Goblin War Buggy. You don't want a Hailstone, right? You hit Boar and maybe just play double 2? We're replacing Rustcrawler. Yeah, I might replace the Razorback here. Because if you're desperate and you lose that crawler, your turn is even worse. Alright, we have a Fenrir War Master instead. Putting it forward. I guess the hope is that Delicious will throw their Kaido Assassins into it at that position. I might have covered my back with the Fenrir War Master just to be safe. Anyway, on Delicious's end, they can deal with this, but it costs a Kaido Assassin. Technically, you could interfocus Lantern Fox and then have Fox hit the thing. But the Wolf token will still cost a Kaido Assassin. So, not a bad exchange for Goblin War Buggy. At least you get one of the problems out of the way, but you have more problems coming into the way. This is tough. Alright, now we're throwing away the Razorback. Their hand is not going to be filling up. Alright, you can Cryo the Kaido, hit the Fox, they get another Phoenix Fire, play a 2-drop, maybe shed a tear. Yo, what's up, Funtime Wolf? How you doing? Yeah, we're thinking about cryoing the Kaido. The only other alternative would have been to like ramp the 3 2-drops, but you expose your back to Kaido if you do that. I mean, you could put one behind your back and then the Kaido can kill it for free. That was really a non-option. You could walk down 2 and play Araki, but you know your opponent has a Phoenix Fire from the previous turn, so there's no real point to doing that. You can play a Crawler. Doesn't straight up die to Phoenix Fire. Instead, the Heartseeker has to hit it too. Delicious, on the other hand, has gas. And they don't care about the Crawler. They can just go face if they really want to. You can do 7, 8, 9, 12 damage. You can now develop a Chakri and still do 12 damage. I would develop the Chakri and do 12 damage, fuck it. Right? Maybe. Chakri likely going to get nailed with by a Chrome Cold here, but your hand is screaming, do damage now. Do you listen to the call of the game? Alternatively, if you want to play for board, you could use the board to clear the Rust Crawler. You could play the Chakri where the Rust Crawler is and then Phoenix Fire face to protect the board. Oh no, you actually don't have enough mana to do all that, never mind. Yeah, they need the mana tile to do the 222. I don't dislike Delicious holding back their raw power. So they're keeping up cards. You just dealt a very respectable 6 damage. You have a Chakri threat on board and you still have a full hand. They can go all in whenever at this point, really. So you may as well just nip Goblin War Buggy's health a little bit. Goblin, yeah. Chakri is way too scary to leave up, right? So Chakri and then 2 2-drops as well. Chasing down that Heartseeker could be a moot point in the long run. Two Kaido assassins have been dealt with. You know you're dealing with Spell High, right? At this point, not some backstab list. I might have walked forward there. I know they did. Okay, maybe not. You don't want to get hit and Saber Spine to death by the enemy general. The only reason why I was thinking go forward, you have your 1-0 Spirit of the Wild. You might not draw it, but if Delicious gets careless, you could maybe snipe him dead with the Spirit of the Wild play. Because Snowpiercer Spirit of the Wild will be active on the next turn. That's 10 burst damage off your general alone. But it might not be enough in this situation. Delicious has a healthy life total currently. And yeah, you don't want to get hit by too much damage. You know they have a second Phoenix Fire because of how you answered the Lantern Fox. So we don't know they have the third Phoenix Fire. Heartseeker going face. Phoenix Fire going face. Yeah, I think you just play your hand out here. Oh, that's still holding on. Just nickel and diming. We're very conservative with our cards. We want the kill to be guaranteed. If you're playing conservative like this instead of Phoenix Fire, I would have paid for Saber Spine Seal. You know your opponent has Lady Lock. I think you saw it in the last game. So I would have used the Saber Spine Seal now to get that damage in, just in case your Tuskboard can't reach. But that's just me. I like to save the flexibility of Phoenix Fire, ignoring board being a spell card and all, for the finishing blow. On the flip side, Saber Spine costs less, so you might be able to pull off more shenanigans if you get Heaven's Eclipse and Mana Vortex on your draws. We do see Heaven's Eclipse was drawn at the very minimum. I was confused about that remark when recording, but that actually happened in the game. I don't know if it's a replay bug. Delicious gave the well played way before Goblin or Buggy's turn even ended. But yeah, we can see that they have lethal. They have 12 damage with the Inner Focus and Boar. So very well played indeed. I don't think there was any way of getting out of that. They needed to do a full surround in order to survive. So Goblin Ward Buggy is taken down. It is currently 3-2, favoring the Dancing Blades. Coming in next is going to be Abyssian. A curious choice. I think most people feel like you bring your Songhai in to face off against Abyssian, and this is aggro. Abyssian, a fresh flavor for a Team Wars. Not Creep, not Sarlacc. I think aggro has been featured once prior in an earlier week to a small degree, but it didn't do well. This is a very aggressive list. Full suite of Flame Blood Warlocks, 2 Ghost Links for card cycling, I suppose. Only 2 Tigers, 2 Wings of Paradise, 2 Artifacts. 2, Grasp of Agony, 2 Shadow Reflections, so a lot of 2 of squeezing in there. 3 Dark Seeds. This could be a pretty volatile game coming up here. Aggro Abyss versus Songhai. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. Let's get it loaded in here. 0_OU coming in with the tiger skin. We have the orange cat. Looks like we're replacing the cat and the Void Pulse. I would too. You just want more 2 drops on the Songhai side. Replacing the spells, looking for more minions to start with as well, I imagine. Do we see Primus or Rocky? And is it going to be a front or back line Rocky? It is a front line Rocky next to the Manatile. We do not respect Tuskboar in this matchup, apparently. So Tuskboar, no, that's misplayed. Delicious. Don't take the center. When your opponent gives you this opportunity and you're Songhai as player 2, you want to play your Tuskboar on the angle and then take the Manatile that their minion's threatening. Kill their minion. Your Tuskboar lives, and then you can develop your other minion. Your opponent has to choose between ramping or killing your Tuskboar. Now, with this placement, 0_ is free to choose to kill the boar and ramp in the same turn. Oh, excuse me. So, yeah, they get the best of both worlds. Nice Ghost Links were placed, too. So you can Ghost Links in Primus just to get some bodies. Now, alright, if you're really terrified of Songhai, you could Ghost Links and Demonic Lure. Granted, Ghost Links is just going to die to the next boar. Since you drew the Spectral Blade, that's 5 damage on the next turn. I would double minions here and not kill the Chakri. It won't get that big on turn 2, right? Surely. Unless they draw the absolute nuts with like Mana Vortex, Heaven's Eclipse, Mana Vortex, Saber Spine, or something crazy, Juxta too. But you should be okay leaving the Chakri alive. I imagine there might be some internal debate going on with the team. Yeah, this is what I would do too. You can get the Chakri later. Boar is down. Healthy card lead. Ghost Link's still not super popular in many decks, but he's definitely been finding a home in some aggro decks, and especially in conjunction with Primus Fist, right? Just for getting your early game out and getting an extra card in the hand, or drawing an extra card in the hand. It's a really nice addition to have, if you can find space for it in your deck. Alright, Juxta replacing into the 1 copy of Mistdragon Seal, which is supposed to be a 4th Juxta. So do we call that a replace bug? For Delicious? Because their Juxta replaced into their alternative extra Juxta? Looks like we're going for 5 face damage. They can play the boar and kill a minion. They could play the boar and go face. They're actually conservative. Delicious is a pretty conservative Songhai player. I respect it. We'll see if it pays off for them in this match like it did in the last one. Now, playing conservatively like that against aggro Byssian, they might not realize it's aggro Byssian yet. The Ghost Links could be a red flag with Primus in tow, but you might not realize it yet. And you're currently getting 6 damage to your opponent here, if they choose to go all in. I think we'll see Demonic Lure come down though. Chakri, you don't want to leave that thing alive. They could Saber Spine Chakri and then Spectral Blade face though. That would be a fairly strong turn. Wings of Paradise and Demonic Lure is a pretty good turn as well. That should tell you right now you're dealing with aggro, as Wings is always present in the aggro lists. You know, it's almost like any minion that increases its attack power. You just can't run it in non-aggro lists. It's gotta be an aggro. An interesting split on the minions here. I would think you wouldn't care if Kalios hits your Primus Fist to remove it. You know what? This positioning is very decent against Sword of Mechazor, so it's pretty good if you think they have a sword hiding in their deck. Otherwise, I probably would have just left Primus next to Kalios. Delicious. What do you do? There is wings on the board, and your boar probably has to die to it. You can't underestimate the burst power. Alright, wings goes down. We can clear Ghost Links, develop another Chakri, and just chill. Could tempo Mana Vortex to draw 3 cards and make the Chakri a 2-3 instead of a 1-2. I might have played Mana Vortex only because you know it's Aggro Abyss at this point and you know Tiger's in the deck. That's the only reason why I would have played it. But Delicious chooses not to. Oh man, it's gonna be disgusting. Yeah, Zero gets a nice clear. Going for minion buffs instead of Spectral Blade, which I like. You get the extra body on board to play around with. Delicious is in a bad position here. They can't get anything to stick. And they're not in the position to race. What do you do here? You can play your whole hand. You can, yeah, you could back away, take out the Tiger, develop Lantern Fox, maybe protect your face from the Primus. And then put Kaido somewhere. Alright, that's exactly what we do. So, 0_, we have access to 8 potential damage. 10. They can't get rid of this Fox and hit face with everything. I think we see Spectral Blade come down for a clean kill on the Lantern Fox. And then possibly a Shadow Reflection face here. You could Flame Blood and Blood Tear, I suppose, along with the Spectral Blade. Maybe use the Blood Tear to ping the General, since that's your ultimate goal. You probably don't care about the 3rd HP on the Kaido Assassin. You don't want to ping the Lantern Fox, obviously. And then you save the Shadow Reflection for something else. If you hit with Shadow Reflection, do 7 damage here. They go down to 8 HP. Yeah. I think I would have done this too. I don't know if there is potential lethal in the deck that can be drawn. I guess triple Flame Blood Warlock that they drew too. Revenant plus General equals death, so Delicious needs to be pretty cautious about how they handle this. We've got 4 wins coming to save the day, hopefully. Mana Vortex. Phoenix Fire. I don't think they have enough mana to do lethal themselves on this turn. You have 6, 8, 10. So 0 lives for 5. Technically 11, 12 damage. 13 with the Mana Vortex spellcast. So 0 lives on 2 HP if they went all in. Oh, holding back again! It might have been worth to use your Saber Spine seal there if you're going to hit Hokkaido, at least. So very conservative. We don't have lethal in hand. And both players getting low. You could do Blood to your Lure, Flame Blood. That might be a little scary. You might hold on to Flame Blood, but you can do Blood to your Lure Assassin. Yeah. Blood to your Lure Assassin. Delicious has been trapped. But they could still come out of this a winner. They're Song High, they're next to the opponent. You got 8 mana to work with, right? Unfortunately, they don't really have a hand designed to murder. Oh, replacing the one of into the other one of. The one-ofs have been killing Delicious in this game. Sadly. Ghost Lightning's not terrible here. Yeah, you get the clear board. You have another 4 wins to heal a little bit. Do you Phoenix Fire the Night Sorrow Assassin? You could clear the board and go face. You could develop Lantern Fox and leave the Night Sorrow alive. And just have Lantern Fox protect your back. It's either Phoenix Fire, Saber Spine, or Lantern goes down. Looks like we're looking at Fox. Oh, what a tense situation. You got 2 aggro decks, low health. They can't kill each other yet. Actually, is that death now? So that's 6, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that's 11 damage. Never mind. This is lethal. With Grasp of Agony. Oh no, but the Fox can't die. Oh, they're so close to lethal. Yeah. This Fox HP of 4 coming in handy here. Gotta use Revenant to clear. Oh wait, is that still lethal? Maybe I'm wrong. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh right, I didn't add up the Night Sorrow can then just go face instead. So that is lethal. I don't know why I thought the Night Sorrow was out of the equation there. Aggro Abyss coming out ahead of Song High. Spell High, very good. Alright, let's see who comes in next. So you know you're dealing with aggro. They haven't used Lionar yet, so I would assume Lionar. Yep. Looks like a Lionar is coming in. The Dancing Blades have Heliodor, Arclight, Regalia. It's Heliodor, it's Arclight, Regalia. There's a one of Decimate too. I think we're all familiar with this deck by now. We've been talking about this deck for the entirety of Team Wars. It's pretty much existed in this exact same form. So I won't linger too long on the Heliodor deck, for Fairs is in control. Heliodor against Aggro Abyssian. You would think this is a pretty stacked matchup in Heliodor's favor. So we'll have to see if Zero can overcome the healing. with their burst potential, pretty good mulligans for 0. Not the best mulligans for Fafairs. Yeah, you know you're against Aggro Abyss. Do you hold that Sundrop Elixir? Do you like want to keep that around just in case? And replace Sunriser instead? I actually think that could be a mistake. We'll see how that turns out, but keep in the safety bottle. And we need our protection from the scary Abyssian Aggro Abyss player. 0 can do double T-drop here. The ordering feels not great because you can't do links first unless you don't want to buff a Rocky. I guess you could do a Rocky Flameblood. I don't know why you wouldn't play Ghost Links though. I think Ghost Links guaranteed goes down for the early card draw. And the state of your body. You could Ghost Links Flameblood, that would also be fine. That way you can put Flameblood in a defensive position. You lose out on 2 effects for Rocky. Actually, is Ghost Links effect even opening Gambit? Or is it not? I can't reference the card right now. Wow, is that a decoy? Could it be? What's up, decoy? It is an opening Gambit. I almost feel like Ghost Link's ability doesn't have to be an opening Gambit. It could just be an effect that happens at the end of the turn, you know? Just draw a card at the end of your turn. It doesn't need to be an opening Gambit trigger. There's too many opening Gambit synergies in this video game. Anyway, minor consideration to make maybe in the future. Araki needs a buff, indeed. Araki needs a buff, and he's got it. He's got his 2 attack. So, Fafairs can equip up the armor. We can go Acolyte Regalia. That's the only thing we can do. Or you can play a Healing Mystic, I guess. Trade into the Araki to replace your Healing Mystic that's gonna die. Zero's hand with 2 Grasp of Agonies and a Flameblood Warlock ready to burst. What would it be besides OG? Every turn, every time summon? No, it could just be when this card comes into play, which doesn't have to be an opening Gambit effect. Draw 1 card at the end of your turn. Does opening Gambit have a special clause or understanding that it only happens once and any other ability can't just happen once? Maybe my thinking is a little broad. In regards to what it means to be opening Gambit, restricting it to a one-time use as opposed to any other ability on the card being a one-time use. I guess I haven't thought of it that way before, but opening Gambit does essentially say one-time use built in. And Flameblood Warlock coming down, Primus Fist helping to get a little extra damage as well, and development. Void Pulse probably also coming in to play here. Hitting with General first to keep Ghost Links alive, yep. And getting rid of that artifact. Actually, wasn't that a little bit of a misorder? Because the artifact punched Araki with 3 attack. Void Pulse could have been played first and 0 would have 2 additional HP. Not a huge deal, but it's something to consider. You could be at 23 instead of 21. There's a pretty nice holy immolation. Thinking about replacing Dancing Blades. Not useful on this turn, but it would be on the next turn. The only thing about Holy Immo here is your general stays in range of the 4-1, which means you may as well just go punch the 4-1 if Holy Immo is your play, in my opinion. Oh, we're actually opting to do Healing Mystic and Martyrdom instead. I wager. I wonder if taking the 4 damage because you have healing, lots of healing in your deck, and then just full clearing board wouldn't have been stronger. This development has its merits too, though. Could see Grasp of Agony go down just to get 3 face damage on 2 fares. Could just see 2 and 3 for board development, clear the Healing Mystic. Move Primus left 1 and Air General down 1, so we're out of range of the other Mystic. There seems to be some sort of figuring going on in terms of placement. Zoomy mouse cursoring, anyway. Alright, this was essentially the play that I was thinking in mind, but we didn't move around the Healing Mystic, just stayed in range of it. I guess we don't care if it hits us, or if the Healing Mystic hits 0, then 0 can just finish it off on the next turn, probably. And with a Grasp of Agony in hand, they may prefer to create that kind of opening. A vulnerable minion that Grass can proc off of. Darkseed drawn in hand. So some burst. Revenant ready to go to. On far side, you have 2 scary threats in the distance. Your hand is a little bit heavy with 4 drops, though. We can't dispel the Wings of Paradise. You can dispel Araki, but then you put your general in harm's way. Oh man, this is not good. There's no healing. You could perfect protect yourself with Silverguard Knight if you move up or up and left. Oh, we're going in. We're going in, we're provoking. No fear. Silverguard is here. Healing Mystic making a staircase pattern. Replacing Grasp. I was gonna say, if you replace the Revenant and get like a lure or something, do you have lethal here? Potentially? And it's 10 damage with Bird and Seed. You could sack the Araki for this clear and just do 10 damage face. A little bit of misordering, we missed out on a heal again, so we're down 3 HP now. We could be 3 HP higher at 20, but we're at 17 instead due to sequencing. Spectral Blade needs to get the killing blow in order to benefit from the healing effect that it has. This Wings, you could play slow instead of going face and kill the Mystic. Nah, we're going face. 0 knows their objective. This is pretty good. Unfortunately, if Fair's hand had that damn healing elixir they kept on turn 1, but then decided to mulligan, they would be in a really good position. But once again, we can only play one card. You can throw in the Tempest too, I guess. You die if you only play Revenant on this turn. You die to, or not Revenant. If you only play Rejuvenator, you die to Revenant with Spectral Blade. Wow, Aggro Abyssian coming out ahead here against Healing Lionar. So there you have it, folks. That's how you beat this damn Lionar deck that's all over the place. You use Aggro Abyssian and you miss 3 heals and still come out ahead for some reason. That's pretty funny. I didn't do my icon thing. Let me get that updated and then I will add in the next deck that's coming. So when all else fails, you're down to 2 factions. It is 4-2 currently in this series. You send in Vitruvian to do the work that Lionar couldn't do. Syzygy, Obies. So, as the name implies, we have Syzygy, we have Obelisks. It is pretty much the name of the deck. Execution-wise, I was gonna say it's got that zoo kind of feeling because it's mostly minions, right? But it's really not. It's mostly just Obelisk, Dervish, support. You have Saberspine Tigers to work with Syzygy, I imagine, and First Wish. No endgame. I think Scarabs were replaced with Second Wishes generally, and because everything is a 3 of, from what I can tell, you've got only 13 card types to work with, so no leeway for Scarabs or Mirage Masters or any other sort of tech cards that you might see. What is this? This is game 7? No, we just did game 7. Right, 3-4. That would be 7. Game 8. There we go. Fair's coming back in round 2 against 0_OU. This time rocking the Vitruvian Imperium. I think that's what they're called, right? The Imperium. Yeah, that curve does top off at 3 mana, about very low curve. And if you can get a few obelisks to generate some decent value, I think this kind of Vitruvian can do okay against aggro Abyssian. On the flip side, though, your recovery is limited to 3 copies of Scion's Second Wish, which doesn't leave a body behind like Healing Mystic, so you are pretty vulnerable to getting nuked yourself. They're gonna have to be extra cautious with how they make trades. Once you lose the HP, you're not getting it back. Not the best mulligan and replace for 0, but they have a Ghost Lynx on turn 1. You know, for being a 2 of in their deck instead of a 3 of, Ghost Lynx has been present in every match so far. Or each of these matches. It's been doing a good job staying present. Fairs can choose to do the Orb Weaver diagonal to deny the tile, and then Primus Fist to buff both Orb Weavers. The only issue with that play is Grasp of Agony will completely destroy that play and your face, you probably lose right there and then if you decide to do that against the Abyssians, so... we'll see if they decide to do it anyway. Could be a bad idea. If they promise to buff both, or if they promise to buff one, will make a big difference. Actually not taking the monotile either. No. Changing their mind. Oh god. No, don't do it for fairs. Oh boy. Well, this could be disgusting. Oh god, the Primus on the mulligan. Right, they can't cast it all. They would need the lure to finish off Primus. So they can still do it and clear the 3 bodies. You can kill the Orb Weavers. You just can't hit face with this grasp. Oh, this is gonna be hard to come back from. Oh yeah, you can't. You can't rely on Primusing both Orb Weavers in this matchup. You're gonna get fucked. And we're getting fucked. Oh yeah, it feels so good. Right, maybe I shouldn't use that word, right? While casting tournament games, but this is all just for fun anyway. We're not professional here. Fafair's getting the business end of the Grasp of Agony, feeling the agony. And the Primus coming down in face. They're going to be hard pressed to catch up after that. You're going to need some Obelisks to come down and stick. Replacing into a Syzygy is not what you want to see here. You cannot really afford to deny the mana tile. You're just going to ask to die. This is not a good position. Hiding in the corner doesn't really help, but yeah, I'm not sure what you do here. I imagine you hit the Primus Fist, but we were just talking about conserving HP with good trades in this. That turn 1. Alright, we're cashing in on Rasha's Curse. Out of necessity. Primus. It's kind of irrelevant all the way down there, so it won't do anything for an entire turn, more than likely. Like, I know you just got Grasp, but it doesn't have to be that far away from the action. Maybe the positioning has its advantages. Zero, if they really want to, can just smork it up. You do Fireblood, Ghost Links, Void Pulse. Take the tile now. You don't care about Primus. That would be 9 damage. That's about half their HP. Or 1/3 of their HP. A little more than 1/3. Yep, I think that's what we're seeing. There's no reason to hold back. It's Vet. They're behind. The positioning could have been changed a little bit if you fear Star's Fury. Maybe Zero doesn't fear Star's Fury here, or it doesn't care if it gets played, because Fafair's develops nothing if they play it. You're just gonna have to take your licks in stride, I think. Unfortunately, First Wish was played first. I might have replaced First in that situation. And then First Wish if you didn't draw a minion to go with the Obelisk you already had. No, they didn't have either Obelisk, right? I might have replaced First to see what I get. and then draw. As now we can only play the Obelisk. Going face with Primus, not sure if it would be preferred to hold it back rather than going face. Because you're currently on the back foot, you need stuff to help you kill things. On the back foot against aggro. Looks like Araki is getting the boot. Oh my. Tiger Reflection on the next turn is lethal. If you push damage on this turn, you could... I was gonna say, you could ignore the Obelisk and just do Fire Blood, Spectral Blade. Maybe that's too aggressive. Oh, Shadow Reflection early. Okay, this works too. Yeah, that probably works even better. You know what? I like it. You don't need to do Tiger Reflection. You can do Tiger Flame Blood just as easily. So use the Reflection now. Keeps the Primus off your back too. Run for fairs, run for your life. Unfortunately, no healing in the deck, no provoke. We can see that Fafairs is dead on the next turn. There's nothing he can do. Couldn't perfect protect in any way. That first turn, or the second turn, the opener was just too crushing. One Grasp of Agony, that's why it needs to be respected. The whole game's set by that one play. Zero feeling pretty good here, no doubt. Aggro Abyss about to take another victory off of their opponents. Looks like we're choosing to go face with the Dervish. May as well. If they don't have it by some miracle, you might be able to turn things around. Looking at it objectively, when you don't know what's in the opponent's hand, it's probably the best option for Fair's hand. But yeah, the setup was made, the lethal executed. Zero. Taking another one, is that 3? I think it's 3 for Zero. Now, last faction to remain for the Dancing Blades is Vanar. Their performance in Team Wars hasn't been the strongest, so there's a lot of work cut out for this Vanar deck to take out Magmar and Abyss and Vet. That remains. We have Spirit of the Wild lock. So it looks like Spirit of the Wild with the update is getting some love. Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how this performs. We didn't get to see it used on Prismatic's side. This seems like a mid-range style list with you have your Lady Locks, Razorbacks, your main win con. You have one aspect of the mountain for removal, a couple of Snowpiercers put in with a couple of Spirit of the Wilds. I feel like if you're going to play Spirit of the Wild, you may as well consider one of Arctic Displacer or Rhino as well, just in case a game goes late. And there's a lot of burst damage that can do. Maybe people just rather rely on Spirit of the Wild with Snowpiercer. It's 2 mana cheaper. So yeah, we'll see how this turns out. Going into game 9 of the set. Calvin coming in with the Snow Chaser icon. Pretty okay hand on Zero's side. Just getting rid of Dark Seed. It's an ender. You don't want to play it early on. They actually replaced the Lady, or whatever the second card was, not Lady Lock. Good luck, have fun is dropped from 0_. We have a Rocky opener on the Vanar side. If you see a Rocky opener, you might think you're dealing with a more aggressive Vanar list rather than Jax. I wonder if Zero will make that call. I like this turn. You may as well go for Brick. This is your last out, or last game to nail. So Flameblood, get rid of the Iraqi. That's some fast tempoing. Excuse me. Replaced into a Chaser. You could preserve HP, Lady Lock, and Chaser if you want to take it slow. It doesn't exactly save you HP though, as Cassiva can reach the Chaser no matter what. You could tempo Hearth Sister and Chaser if you want to hold on to the Lady Lock. I don't think there's any world you play Hailstone Prison reasonably, right? You could also just play Lady Lock by herself. Looks like we're going tempo Sister, taking the 3. Securing both mana tiles, we're using our Hearth Sister's effect to swap with Snow Chaser because it's fun to do. Well, if you're underscore, you pick your poison and you play Wings of Paradise, right? Maybe you play Void Pulse too, maybe you hold it for later, just so you go up to 4 cards. Walking 2 down instead of just 1 down, so that they can walk onto the mana tile if need be. And they do end up playing Void Pulse. Get the damage in now. Alright, Calvin, we don't have an answer for Wings of Paradise. You could put it back in hand if you want a tempo. Unfortunately, you can't like hit with Snow Chaser and then Lady Lock Chaser, Hailstone. Can't do all 3. This is a pretty tricky turn. You could perfect protect with Lady Lock, but you know you're dealing with Grasp of Agony, so it's not safe to really do that. And we can see the Grasp is in hand for 0. Yeah, they replaced into another Chaser too, so you could play a couple of Chasers with Lady Lock. Okay, you could do this as well. Primus, Lady Lock. What? I don't know if that was an order mistake or intentional to lock down the wings in a particular way, but Snow Chaser did not benefit from the Lady Lock being played first. Maybe that was on purpose. This isn't a bad turn regardless, whether that's on purpose or not. Actually, you know what? Okay, I see why they did it. It was on purpose. It's so the general can't hit Snow Chaser and then cash in on this. Yeah. I think 0 just fucked up. The Snow Chaser is on purpose, so it doesn't have Provoke. And that's pretty good on Calvin's part. 0 did fuck up. They probably thought they had 1 more mana to do Primus Assassin so that they could hit the general. Hey, what's up, Smarty? So unfortunately, they lost some extra HP as well as their Wings of Paradise. That was really clever on Calvin's part then, keeping the Snow Chaser unbuffed so the general couldn't smack it. I feel like if you just put the Snow Chaser to the far right side though, you wouldn't have to have worried about that problem, right? If you did like Lady Locke Primus Snow Chaser, it misses the Primus buff, and if he puts the thing on the Snow Chaser, only the Primus would get hit by it. Hey, it's all good, Smarty. Definitely focus on that work. I don't know what you're studying, but we want to see you pass with flying colors, right? Exceed all the expectations of your college exams. I can man the fort in the meantime. It's all good. Alright, Calvin had a small opportunity to recover there. I like that we've seen Shadow Reflection coming down to push face damage 3 games in a row here to set up lethal on the next turn if the opponent doesn't heal. Zero is all in on this play. It's remarkable too because they have the follow-up kill in hand already. They're not top decking into it. Oh, only one healing mystic? Calvin needs to get out of range of Revenant somehow to survive. You love Shadow Reflection. It's been doing work in this series in particular. Zero has benefited from 3 setups with Shadow Reflection and the lethal on the next turn. If he does it here. The thing is, I don't think Calvin can escape Revenant. And the only reason why is because he can't kill the Primus. And Primus can walk up to. And if you get rid of... Oh, okay. We're gonna heal. Healing on the Rejuvenator. This is definitely an option. It's 2 extra HP instead of only healing for 2, you're healing for 4. Bounce Rejuve. I don't know if it's gonna be good enough. You have to step away from the general and not get hit. That seemed like a weird trade to me, but whatever. Snow Chaser hits Primus. I would think you would want that above the enemy general to keep them locked in. So that they have to move awkward. You even could have put the Snow Chaser above the Rejuvenator. Just to make positioning weird. Zero committed to his plan. Yep. Thought about killing Snow Chaser for a moment and then said, nah. And just waste the Primus, go face. They're not gonna do 10 damage to me. Just keep hitting them. They'll cave eventually. And Calvin is caving. In fact, I think that's it. Their only answer in hand for Revenant is to put it back in their opponent's hand. This is why they don't let you play Rejuve in Team Wars list. What, because you'll bounce it with your Hailstones and then play them again? It's a cute play. It's not the best, right? Oftentimes, but it can be cute. Going down like a man. Calvin is defeated. Congrats to The prismatic illusionists and Zero carrying them to victory in that set. We're gonna go straight into the second set for the day. I'm just gonna take a sip of my drink. I did some nice advanced prep work though. I don't have to hit a bunch of buttons. We're already ready to cast. Step 2, Juve's Disciples versus the Lizard Lovers. Oh baby, I still love seeing the Juve's Disciples banner every time it comes up. It just humors me so. This is the one you're excited for? I hope I can keep commentary nice and interesting and relaxing as I tend to do. Well, you know, I'm not really a hype caster. Anyway, let me get their teams. On Juve's Disciples side, we have Captain The News, Oh Behave Sebin, Alpha Century, Bryguy, Demi, Remy, Icy, and Ollie, rounding out the roster. For the Lizard Lovers, we have Captain Definitely J with Mazer, Solafid, Bladum, Wagner Zach, and Feroka. So, as far as the Team Wars environment goes, these two teams here are considered titans of rosters. So we're going to have a heck of an engagement to witness in this set, hopefully. I just need to get their game ready to go here and then load in the first decks that we are going to see with these two squads. So I'll need a moment to do that. But yeah, very strong teams. Currently, Juve's Disciples, as of week 4, is 3-0. They are the leaders of the pack. They are the team to beat. Lizard Lovers, I believe, is 2-1 as of this week. So just behind Juve's Disciples. If they can take Juve's Disciples down here, they'll secure themselves a fairly strong contention for first and second place each. This is a pretty major match overall in the grand scheme of the tournament. We have some Vanar. Hold on. Before I adjust this list, right? Okay, I'm going to have to adjust all these lists, but I'm going to share it to you guys. What's the other one? We have Vanar and we have Abyss. Alright, so game 1. Interesting openers. It's Vanar versus Abyss. I just want to show you guys. This is what I'm dealing with picture size-wise. I don't know why, but Jay's team, their pictures are always so small compared to everyone else's that I get sent. And Sebin is using a different website. So we have the, I forget what the website is, but he's not using deck list to build the list. So hopefully you guys can see these a little bit better now. We have Faye Bloodwing on the left. I don't think you can see deck names with this deck website, but it's Jack's True Sight Vanar with trees at the end, some dancing blades, so kind of the usual mid-range Jack's True Sight list. 2 copies of Flash Freeze and 3 Chromatic Colds are the only spells. And also interesting to note, this Vanar list actually has squeezed in a couple of Ghost Links, a couple of Dream Gazers. Those are a little off to use, so it's more like a Lady Lock combo deck too. 1 Rust Crawler for good measure. On the Abyssian side, we have Jay Creep Abyssian. It's Jay playing it, probably, and it's Creep Abyssian. This Creep Abyss has Vorpal Reaver teched inside of it. And there's also 2 copies of Dark Transformation too, so a little more flexibility than you normally see in terms of the mid to late game. I think a Dancing Blades was sacrificed for those Dark Transformations because we see only 1 copy of Dancing Blade. And is that 1 copy of Crawler? I think that is 1 Abyssal Crawler. interesting choice. We'll have to see how this goes down. Vanar versus Abyssian. I'm not sure which one is favored, and both of these decks are quite unique in execution. They're not quite hitting their standards. They have some tricks on each side, so it could go either way. Behave on the right. Once again, if it wasn't obvious from the team introductions, Behave is Sieben, developer of Duelist 2. And on the left, we actually have Feroka playing J Creep, not J. So Feroka starting off doing the Abyssian thing. You know, I think on the Lizard Lovers team, Waggy usually plays Abyssian for them. So I guess Waggy was absent this week. We have the debate, do we play top right or do we play bottom right minion? Alright, Araki T start. Now, Team Wars, Vanar lead. It's a pretty interesting lead. It's not often utilized. One of the least used leads, second to Vitruvian. Their flexibility just isn't quite as strong. However, if I'm not mistaken, most of the Vanar leads that we do see are from Sieben leading Vanar. Oh, not all the time, but I think Sieben kind of champions doing that strat. You think it's interesting Vanar isn't led often? We've heard the logic for Abyss. Abyss tends to just be decent all around, not too strong or not too weak against most things. So usually you see the Abyssian leads, and I think Magmar is a popular lead too. But yeah, Vanar, so far in Team Wars, Vanar seems to come in against Lionar. Whether or not it wins is, I think its track record isn't too hot right now, but it usually comes in to stop some other deck. Yeah. Decent opener on Behave's side. We did the Ladylock Dream Gazer. Feroka is going in. You get 1 damage, you heal your thing up, and we're dispelling Dream Gazer back to a 2-2. That's a pretty beefy Araki. You remember this series was pretty poggers? I actually didn't watch this series because I think we were casting week 3 games while it was going on. So I'm excited to see it for the first time here. Sieben replaces the Araki Headhunter into a different 2-drop. I'm kind of surprised they replaced the Araki, just because 2 and 3 seems like the obvious play to go for if you don't get something better to do. Might see a Razorback though. Razorback can kill Araki, kill a Mystic, and lead to a full board clear. So if that was the plan initially, then makes sense that Araki got the boot. And if you set yourself up right here, you can secure Jack's Tree Sight on the next turn. I know the Lizard Lovers would love to see Jack's Tree Sight come down on the next turn. And that's just me being facetious. Yeah, hit first and get the Razorback ready to take top tile if Feroka can't escape from the Ladylock. This does mean, though, that if they do escape from the Ladylock and deal to Razorback, you cannot walk into the bottom tile. But that is an amazing turn for Behave and the Juve's Disciples. Feroka just going with a punch. They don't really have a great response. Punch and Rejuve, that's it. Well, I think we all know what happens here. can still replace just to see what your other options are. You're right, they could have stopped the Jax ramp. But if they stopped the Jax ramp, they would have just had the Shroud get hit by a Razorback. Because you could have shrouded the tile up top, yeah. So this was preventable, but here is where we lie. And oh my, look at Feroka's hand. You know, honestly, if your hand is filled with 7 and 6 drops and they didn't know what their 2 draws would be, this just seems like typical Feroka RNG to me. But maybe dispelling the top tile could have been a legit option to consider. Alright, we drew an assassin. And that feels pretty awful. Oh, yeah. Ramping in the Vorpal Reaver. You have a big beast on the field, but you only dealt with one of these mini Jaxies. Second Razorback is ready to go. Next week, the Abyss has breath in it. I wonder why. Did it actually? I don't have all the lists memorized, especially when it comes to the next week. I operate more on the previous week. That would be funny, though, if Abyss is teched in to prevent this situation from happening again. You can even Chrome Cold the Vorpal Reaver to deny all the spawns, too, which is just disgusting. Yeah. McCoy's telling the truth. I believe it. I don't know what you do as Feroka. I think we are witnessing a textbook Jax Vanner scenario. And the reason why in high level play Jax is bemoaned as much as he is as being extraordinarily difficult to come back from if you're on the back foot. Especially if you're playing as Vannar without Breath of the Wild and your turn 2 play was punching a Lady Lock and developing a Rejuvenator. I guess that was the turn 3 play, which is even worse than the turn 2. Breath of the Wild. Oh, my bad. Breath of the Unborn. Did I say Breath of the Wild? I've been watching some Tears of the Kingdom playthrough lately on Twitch. So, I might have had that on the brain a little bit. I don't even know what you do in this situation. You can dispel one Jax, you can ping another Jax out, I suppose the furthest one away. And you dispel what? The main body? This just doesn't really accomplish anything. So that's 10, 13 damage, 14, 15 damage onto Feroka right now. 16. Alright, we see the Dancing Blade come down. I might have replaced first if I was O-behave, but it doesn't matter too much. Because they had a Hearth Sister for an extra damage. If they really wanted it. Yeah, Feroka's at 9, Feroka's at 6. So it could have been 4. I don't know if they would have had lethal. They only have Chrome Cold for bursts in the deck. And one more Razorback. You think Vannar wins this matchup no matter what archetype Abyss is on? Unless the Vannar is really bad? I mean, Abyss can beat the Vannar, But very commanding demonstration of the Jax flow. You gotta hand it though, the Jax was set up really nicely thanks to that Dreamgazer Ladylock into Razorback follow-up. Sieben had pretty remarkable play and a very excellent follow-up to just lock down and destroy Feroka. I don't know how Feroka handled that because that probably left a pretty sour taste in the Lizard Lover's mouth, but yeah, Abyssian is gone for Team 2. Coming up next. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Who do you send in typically against Vanar? I think this is our default, de facto go-to faction. Magmar's coming in. We have XD, Magmar, which looks like your standard mid-range list. We have a... Huh, that's so bizarre. We have a one of Dreamgazer and a one of Bloodtear. Didn't we have one-ofs in the previous Vanar list? So I guess the Lizard Lovers are trying one-ofs this week. We have a one-of Dancing Blade, a one-of Elder. Pretty unique changes on these lists here. A little lower in the spell count, only 2 Nat Selects and 2 Metamorphs, so a bit more minion focused of a Magmar list. Only 2 Vindicators. I mean, fundamentally, it seems like it'll perform pretty decently well. It's just slightly bizarre to see a list like this, the extra one-ofs and whatnot being present. Jay is player 1, Sieben player 2 once again. We'll see if that makes any difference. Magmar v Vanar. People think that Magmar tends to destroy Vanar because they can answer Jack's True Sight with their Spirit Harvester to harvest the spirits. But we'll have to see if that pans out this way. Could risk a full mulligan on Jay's side, or you could keep that Shroud if you think you will get nothing. But we got the boys. The boys are back in town. Vindicator gets the boot. I might have kept the... No, you know what? No, I might not have kept the Vindicator. Because you're playing a boy, so you can't do 3 and 2 next turn. There may be some debate as to where to place this Phalanx are. I think mid-tile tends to be pretty popular. I usually put it, yeah, on the corner tile myself instead of mid. Sieben throws Jax to the back. It is too soon for you. Moves up 2. And that's an aggressive Iraqi? Okay, that's more common. I suppose Flash Freeze might get played. No, we're saving it. Save it for later. Sieben using a legacy deck builder says deck image has the legacy version of the cards. Yes! Yes, it does. They have all the legacy version of the cards. That'd be funny. If he pulled that through in his actual deck, he's just playing with older stuff. Out of patch cards against updated cards, who wins? There's a super obvious reason for why he's doing that. Is there? I did ask about it. It's bagome.net, right? I think that's the name of the website. The response that I received was that Sieben revitalized Bagome, or the website was getting revitalized, so they just wanted to use it. I don't think they used this website for week 5's deck submissions, though. Actually, I wasn't paying attention, but I don't think they used Bagome for week 5. So maybe they canceled that idea. I don't know what the deal was with the Bagome. Anyway, we played another boy. We did a Bloodtear ping on the Iraqi in case I wanted to go face. Steven, in response, clearing out the one boy, developing Rejuve, flash freezing a blood tier. Pretty decent response. We're essentially at parity here. Jay's free to do whatever they want. The 4 attack 4 health minions cannot reach each other. Well, the Phalanx can't reach the Rejuvenator here. You could do a 3 and 2. Could put Lady Locke on the monotile, and then young Silithar on the opposite corner of Faye from her Rejuvenator, just to lock her in. It's not terrible. I don't think you play Spirit Harvester yet. Yeah, I'm just trading face here. This is honestly really strong against Steven's list. Their only removal is the Chromaticals and one more Flash Freeze. Dancing Blade cannot reach in this position anything of merit, so they're extremely limited in how they handle this task. I suppose a Hearth Sister replace could be useful. Really, Rejuvenator moves 2 to the right, and then another Rejuvenator is played. Choosing to maintain board development and just maintain their health. So Jay has 11 damage at the moment if they want to ignore board and smork it up. If they're worried about the board, they could nuke it with a Spirit Harvester. But that might hurt them more than Steven. Otherwise, you could just set up a... You could move the young Silithar 2 to the left after Phalanxar goes in, or moves down if you don't want it to go in, and then you could just develop a Vindicator to throw something in the future. I guess this is an option too. Get rid of a Rejuvenator, heal off the damage, and use Lady Locke to lock your opponent down again. That was a bit of a curious play on Steven's part, so you have to ask yourself, why do they want to preserve both these minions here? I suppose it threatened 12 Razorback damage. Could be scary. Steven's in a tough spot once again. He can get rid of the Rejuvenator. The young Silithar comes back. And, I guess you can cycle a card, play some Mystics, go back to 25 HP, hit Lady Locke first just to damage Lady Locke. Could, play a Mystic or a Ghost Lynx and a Razorback and then hit face instead. But that would probably invite Macantor to completely cremate you. And we are playing around Macantor as best as we can. 2/2 drops coming down. Everything out of range of Phalanxar. And if Macantor was to hit that, it doesn't hit face. Jay and Steven creating a very interesting scenario that we don't get to see too often. Looks like just the Dancing Blades is going to come down as a response. So Jay can hit anything they want and just chill. Maybe move your general up to play around Dancing Blades on Phalanxar if you want to leave Phalanxar there to cover Lady Locke as well. Alright, we could move Phalanxar and Lady Locke over to the right one tile now, and the same effect is achieved. Or you could say, I don't care if you play Dancing Blades on Phalanxar. In fact, I might prefer that you do that. One Razorback getting the boot. We have Ancient Grove coming instead. So yeah, I just mentioned the Dancing Blades play. Sieben can only clear the 2 minions next to his general if he wants, but you don't develop anything else besides the Dancing Blades here. He played pre-nerfed Plasma and versus Vanar. It's really fun. Yeah, pre-nerfed Plasma is really amazing card. I've been playing with nerfed Plasma and it is terrible. The difference between 2 attack and 3 attack in a world where Primus Fist is standard meta is game changing. Alright, there's a couple things. We could have saw Lady Locke Razorback go down instead of Ancient Grove, but Ancient Grove is down. The tables have turned for Jay. He is now the one locked down in an L formation. Generally decent protection against the Macintor. Unfortunately for Sieben, he is about to meet the business end of Metamorphosis. You can combo it with Meta for a one-sided board clear. Yeah. So, I've been playing a 1 copy of Plasma in case I get to do that, and I've never done that yet in the games I've played. But you know what I have done in the games I've played? I flash Meta Harvested like 2-3 times over last week, but I haven't done Meta Plasma at all yet. This has just never happened. It just seems so unnecessarily bad. I would prefer Plasma Storm be entirely reworked to a new ability rather than killing all 2 attack things. If it was up to me. Like, their main reasoning for the card change was that it was competing with Metamorphosis, so it wasn't getting played. So, if that's the way you feel about it, you probably need the card to do a different effect instead of a similar effect. Yes, it definitely helped against Lady Locke piles. Against most Lady Locke piles. And Lionar. You just mentioned the Lionar thing. It's completely useless against Lionar now. And Lionar, being king of the meta, currently on top, is dictating the fact that you don't want to play it even more. I can't get over the hilarity of playing Plasma Storm and the Bloodtide Maiden too. Or Bloodtide Priestess. Killing all the Wraithlings but not killing the Priestess so the Wraithlings come back is just so good. Anyway. We have another Lady Locke play happening here. Undeterred by Jay's Metamorphosis, we actually have a pretty sick Dreamgazer into Dancing Blade play here. For Sieben. Jay has the ability to rush something out. They can do Vindy Harvester, they can do Vindy Vet. Vindy Harvester, if you throw in your young Silithar into the blade, you can throw Harvester into the Lady Lock. Your blade can hit the Dream Gazer, or your face can hit the Dream Gazer. I think you can clear most things. Actually, you kind of need to get the Dream Gazer out of the way so your Dancing Blade can hit their Dancing Blade, right? Alright, we're going Vindy Vet instead. This gives you 2 eggs, keeps your Dancing Blade alive, so it puts you in a pretty decent position. The eggs, it looks like we roped at the end, or we decided not to move. The eggs are going to take a while to come back into the match, but it's nice to have the extra bodies ready to go later. They can also be ready to help deal with Jax in the future, unless it comes down right now. Although, if it comes down, Harvester will just clean it all up. Well, Jax is now a consideration for Sebent to use. I think it's not a bad idea to play Jax here, expecting it to get deleted, just because it deletes the rest of the board too. Actually choosing to punch Dancing Blades instead of walk away. Killing Veteran Egg with Hearth Sister. And a Chromatic Cold. The Razorback. An interesting line of play. Sturdier to Spirit Harvester. Costed you some HP. Definitely an option to take though. Faction became new Magmar. So, I shouldn't throw names, but I've seen devs say they don't want to hit Lionar with a little nerf. Because nerfing is not fun. I don't know what will happen. I think currently healing Lionar is the problem, right? If it was up to me, instead of hitting Lionar directly with some sort of nerf, I mean, you could return Sunriser back to a 3-4 at the bare minimum, maybe. But if you don't want to hit Lionar, you probably need to release a card or two that kind of stifles Lionar a smidgen. We have Deathblighter. Unfortunately, Deathblighter is just not well costed or statted for what the effect does. But if there's like a lower mana version of Deathblighter, Lionar probably wouldn't be nearly as bad as it is if you could shut off healing with a decent minion that doesn't cost 6 mana. It's bad in the Martyrdom, yeah, that's true too. Deathblighter is trash in the Martyrdom because you don't get healed for it. I'm aware of that interaction. Because I've tried Deathblighter in the past, and when I got Martyrdomed with my Deathblighter, I was just like, oh no, this is not going to work. 2 mana, 1/3, no healing. I don't know what you would make. And it doesn't necessarily need to be like a straight up no healing. You could come up with various effects. You can make a minion that when you heal, the healing effects actually turn into damage instead. When you heal, some negative happens. Maybe your opponent randomly discards a card from their hand every time a heal is procced. You could think of all sorts of card game ideas, but just stuff that hits the healing interaction in a negative way that other factions could run is probably better than just straight up nerfing Lionor. We know the streamer cards are kind of coming around the corner. I've heard rumor that the streamer cards might be released in the next update. I don't know if that's a guarantee, but maybe we get some new cards to play with come next patch. Don't take my word on that though, it's only hearsay. Find a Kickstarter backer, tell him to do it. Lio with Oknai Soul Priest would be very funny. You just amass sun drops and kill the fuck out of them. Yeah, if it was me, I would probably look into... Because that's my stance. I've talked about it before, but if you guys don't know, we've been changing core set cards for a bit now, right? I've heard the mindset that duelists could use a refresher. Let's just change the whole core set. But my stance is the core set's in a generally good position, I think. Instead of constantly changing core cards over and over, we need more cards. It's time for a new set. That should be the priority. It's the only way things are going to change is if we get new cards in the pool. That's where I sit. Everyone wants more cards. You also heard some rumors that some of them are very fun and interactive. Yeah, that'll be cool to see if it's true too. Duelist card pool is very small. So I stopped commentating on the game at some point. Jay has overcome Sebin. Congrats to Jay. Sorry, we got a little sidetracked there. But yeah, the core card set pool is on the shallower side. There's like less than 300 cards, right, in the game. So just more options is what Duelist really needs to break out of the stagnation. Anyway, so Vanart went down. It is 1-1 currently, and we are bringing in... This is interesting. You don't usually see this. So normally, I feel like Abyss doesn't want to fight Magmar. But we're actually bringing in Abyssian to fight the Magmar. The deck lists are going to take a few extra seconds for me to bring to you guys because all of them are like truncated images that I have to increase in size. Cassiva, Soul Reaper. We have... Boy, this is like bizarre. Didn't Jay just run this list except there's a Breath of the Unborn here? It's got it's your usual Creep Abyss list. We have 3 crawlers instead of 1 crawler. 1 shroud instead of 2, I think. But 2 Vorpal Reavers are present here. 4 mana Nova, 8 mana Revenant, yeah. Oh, don't pay attention to that silly stuff. Just look at the names and whatnot. But we have a really interesting Abyssian list. I just think it's funny that Juve's Disciples and Lizard Lovers now have both decided to bring very identical Abyssian lists. Just some changes here and there on a few card quantities. Alpha Century coming in to avenge Sebin's defeat. Abyss doesn't want to fight anybody. They just want to spam press the 7 mana buttons. Yeah, that might be true. That might be true. Alright, we're looking at a turn 1 Spectral Blade or Pass from Alpha. We are going turn 1 Spectral Blade. Good luck, have fun is dropped. Jay could turn 1 Harvester. I don't know why you would in this situation, but it's on the table. Otherwise, you'd probably replace Harvester just in case you get Veteran Silithar or something. Could double 2 drop now. Or a Tempo Mystic. Do you donate Phalanxar to Alpha Sentry? They take 3 damage, but they kill your Phalanxar, which I would think is a good trade for Sentry to make, so. But if you put your Phalanxar not front and center, it's probably not doing anything for the next 2 turns. At least. There's probably some debate going on as to what exactly to do here. Yep, Alpha Sentry is here with us this week. I mean, I don't know what the situation is at Juve's Disciples, but Sebin's been pretty much crushing his matches solo, from what I understand. I don't know if Alpha Sentry's always there, but on standby, because Sebin has been having a strong performance throughout the tournament. Let me take a look here at some stats while we're getting it into development of this game. Oh, come on, my computer mouse is so bad. In week 3, Sebin went 6-0. Okay, Sebin lost once in week 2 and did not win any matches there. And Sebin didn't play in week 1, so never mind. He just did. He had a really great performance on the previous week. So we're currently on week 4 in games. But in the other 2 weeks for the Disciples, week 3 was Sebin's show, week 2 was Icy's show, and week 1 was also Icy's show. So Icy's been carrying the team really hard. Everyone else has just been twiddling the thumbs, cheering Icy on and Sebin on. We'll see if this week changes things up. Alright, we had a Flash Mercantor come down to get rid of the dinky little minions that Alpha Sentry has played. Healing Mystic moving up to threaten the top tile. Alpha Sentry can clear board. You can get rid of the Heartseeker, Blood Tear, and Assassin. The Mercantor, if you so desire. We're actually equipping the Spectral Blade and then playing a Blood Tear. This keeps the mana tile at your side so you can possibly ramp in the Vorpal Reaver on the next turn. The only weakness here is you have to deal with whatever J drops on the next turn. Which might just be a Harvester in the face of our opponent. Could also be a backlined Harvester. You could do Vet Silithar here and it wouldn't be horrendous either, but yeah. This is probably better. Jay actually took 4 to hit the artifact off by 1 charge. Alpha Sentry getting kind of low. Jay about half dead. You could gamble with that Vorpal Reaver still. You pretty much call on meta or no meta. Right. But maybe that's not good enough. You could whip the Harvester away and play Rejuvenator as an alternative. You could ping an Assassin and then preserve the tile again to maybe ramp out a Revenant. You can also do that in a way where you make a staircase, so take center, blood to your bottom left, assassin top right of your general, and then you play around Macintor a little bit. Looks like we're going whip and rejuve. So this situation makes it a little awkward for the Magmar because your Harvester is now going to be killing all the stuff you try to develop, which makes it easier to remove for the Abyssian player. Especially if you're running Grasp. I think if you're running Grasp of Agony in your deck, then I like putting a Harvester in the corner rather than just killing it if you have the option to do both. It also makes this Lady Lock play worse, although it looks like we're just going to see Mystic Rejuve. Not Rejuve, Mystic Veteran. Veteran and Mystic. Okay, we're debating on the Mystic. $15 HP each. There's a big 4-5 staring us down now, 4-3. Both minions are out of range of the Rejuvenator though. So the Rejuvenator is not going to get a lot of value unless that Breath of the Unborn is played to spruce it up again. You could opt to play the Reaver, of course. You could assassin the Veteran, kill the egg, and ping the Blood Tier away. But doing that means your entire board basically just dies to Harvester in the next turn, so it doesn't feel fantastic. Not to mention the Macantor kind of sucks, although it dies to the Harvester. The polarizing effect of Harvester. This is the reason why people want Harvester changed. It just makes board development super awkward when it's constantly clearing the board rather than only doing it like once or something. We see the Grasp go down, so Grasp, Assassin, leaving the egg up to die the Harvester. Developing a Mystic. Pretty good. That poor Rejuvenator. He moves one forward. He may as well have moved him 2 forward, I feel like. And he's just gonna get zapped regardless. Jay can meta and reset the whole board. But you don't really need to. Jay can also do Lock Vet. We actually replaced the meta. I might have kept the meta just because it helps deal with the pesky Revenants. They don't know that Vorpal Reaver is around. That could come into play, though. Yeah, you're not playing Young Silithar on this turn. You're probably not playing it on your next turn either, though. Well, ideally, you won't be playing it on your next turn, so I would have replaced the Young Silithar. Alright, Alpha Sentry. If you play Nova, you're getting hit for 5 by a Harvester. Assuming you Nova the Veteran. This is a pretty rough spot. Now, you can Breath of the Unborn and get out of this situation. Use your Assassin to clear the Vet. And then just develop a Rust Crawler in the Blood Tier or something. It's not a terrible Breath of the Unborn, considering the matchup is against Magmar. Is probably a pretty good Breath of the Unborn. We're seeing it. Alright, nice full clear. Crawler, put diagonal. Blood Tier held back. They would both just be zapped by this damn Harvester that refuses to die currently. And he's slowly making his way back into the fight. I'm kind of surprised we're putting the Crawler behind us, though. I would think about future movements. You're likely going to want to move 2 up, right? On the next turn to get away from stuff. So the Crawler on the top left puts the Spike in a better position. Rather than the top right. Nothing's going to stand on that tile anytime soon. Lady Lock Rejuve coming in. It's a little annoying for its lovers. Yeah, definitely. I think whipping Harvester into the corner can be very strong for Abyssian to do. Because it helps you kill everything that comes out in the future. For however many turns it takes Harvester to get back and die. Okay. There was a replace into a Revenant. We have 8 mana. We're going to get hit by Harvester whether we like it or not, so I think he just shadowed over the 2 other minions. Right. That means Jay has 7 damage threatened onto Alpha Sentry's 13 health. They can get another 4 out of hand. That's 11. Depending on what they replace into, they could have lethal with the Vindicator. Vindicator Harvester would be pretty good. Yep, that's about the best you can do for Alpha, right? And just get another Crawler out, spike the 2 problems. Vindicator Rejuve, so that's 10, 12. Alpha lives by 1. Since they're at 9 mana, if that was a Flash reincarnation, Jay would have had lethal with Flash Vindy Young McIntyre. The Harvester is gone! Huzzah! We can play minions again. This is a pretty scary Shadow Nova. If another one comes out for Jay. Careful placement around the spikes, but able to get some damage in thanks to the Vindicator. 4 HP left on Alpha Sentry, they're gonna need to heal. They have 6 damage, so 10, 12 damage with Nova General hit. Void Pulse would be 14, so I think Jay's in the clear. They're past lethal range for second Nova. And since they're in the clear, Alpha Sentry is going to have to remove board and block Jay while healing. But we can see Mercantor makes like Nova Mystic dead end approach. Revenant Mystic is also a dead end approach. You could, instead of healing, move down to, not instead of healing, instead of Nova, move down to play Rejuve Mystic Void Pulse to heal for 9, right? 4, 3, 2. And then take 4 from the Rejuvenator. You could move top right, get behind not Vath, Starhorn, and then hope your Rejuvenator and Mystic will block, but I think you die to Mercantor. The problem is Mercantor kind of beats whatever you do here. Yeah. So you just have to hope they don't have Mercantor War Beasts, huh? Oh, you hate to see it. It's 12, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's 13 damage exact because the Vindicator and the Rejuvenator can die. They don't block themselves. So I think that's a wrap. And Jay sees it. Yep. Magmar coming out on top. It was quite a silly game because of all the harvester damage that was going on. Unfortunately, the Vorpal Reaver never had a chance to make its presence known. Jay pitched away his only solution to deal with the Vorpal Reaver. Had it been played, it could have been a different game entirely. But it is what it is. Lizard Lovers take the lead here. Abyssian is out. Coming in next. Oh man, this might be another long one. We have Lionar coming in to stop the evil Magmar. Let me increase the size of this deck. There we go. It's Helionar. Someone called it Helionar Heavy style earlier in one of their decks. I think it was Dancing Blades or the Illusionist. It was one of them. This one's similar to that one. We have 3 Iron Cliffs in the deck. 2 Rejuves, 2 Sindra, triple Arclight Regalia, 1 Circle of Life. Yeah, I was just about to ask, what's been cut so that they can fit the stuff in here over the normal things? But we have only 2 Rejuves, 2 Rusties, 2 Tempests. I guess they just fit the space in somehow. Anyway, mid-range Magmar against this Lionar. Magmar definitely has a shot. They can pull it off. I don't know if they have the burst power in this particular Magmar deck, but if you get some good Lady Lock turns, you will definitely be able to handle Lionar. Going on to game 4 as soon as it loads in here. Icy with the Lionar versus J Magmar. Quick replaces on Icy's part. They got some good mulligans there. Full mulligan for J. Well, this could be scary. It might be worth to keep that flash. Okay, they got T-drops. I was gonna say, if you draw heavy, they could flash into Veteran or something, and that could be useful. The boy is coming, but he's not being played, going for Healing Mystic, so we can maybe ramp on the next turn. Which makes sense. If you draw Lady Locke plus Phalanx are a pretty nice turn too. Definitely worth investing into the chance, right? Icy can do double 2 opener. It gets punished by Flash Macintor. It's not likely to happen, but it's definitely a concern to maybe have. Keeping the Mystic in the back beneath Ziran. I think we see Lady Locke Phalanx are come out, possibly. You could also Lady Locke Shroud if you want a favorable trade into the Windblade, because Lady Locke Phalanx means Windblade does not go down here. So Lionar able to stave off a threatening board development with the sheer power of their quality minions being present on board. Imagine if they kept that Flash. Macintor on the replace. Since you draw a Macintor, yep, you're pretty much committed to doing this. Because playing Lady Locke alone doesn't feel very good. And if you play Phalanxar alone, you're probably conceding both mana tiles, right? Or you're sacking your Mystic into Windblade in your face so you can play Phalanxar to block the tile. Hoping to get good value. Holy Immo. I don't think it's worth to Holy Immo just to preserve the Windblade, but you could Holy Immo and use face, and then the Windblade can kill the Mystic or the Locke. Yeah. I think you can develop Sunriser here if you want to keep the Magmar player at bay. Yeah, it's pretty safe to develop Sunriser. Eggmorph is currently out of style. Nat Select currently cannot hit your Sunriser, so she's fairly safe. We're in Patch World, so there's no fear Plasma Storm. I can't imagine people running that card in Team Wars. I think it's absolutely been nerfed into unviability, in my opinion. Just with a 1 attack difference too. It's just the way the game plays. 2 attack is not a widely worrisome threshold. That you need to run a board clear targeting 2 attack minions over. There's just too many attack buff cards for swarmy lists. You know, Duelist really doesn't have a swarm style list that keeps the swarm at low swarm value, but manages to capitalize on the wide size of an army. Pretty much everything converts your swarm into damage. Alright. Pretty slow turn from Jay. Keeping in range of Sunriser with the general. Not too worried about losing some HP here. Developed a Rejuvenator safely on the corner. Jay could be a bit in trouble, to be fair. We're playing a long one. So I was gonna say, you can, yeah, provoke Jay on the corner. And then pressure Jay's health a little bit while avoiding the Rejuvenator. But we might have some board development going on because we only have more minions to play. In Jay's hand. It's either Lady Locke, Phalanxar, once again. Looks like what we're gonna do. You could do Lady Locke, Young Silithar, I guess. Provoke Wars. Kind of reminds me of old Duelist 1 when Primus Shieldmaster was all the rage. So, in the mid game of Duelist 1, you just get stuck in the middle because everyone kept provoking each other. Well, you get a pretty good Holy Immo if you want to do that. Actually replaced Holy Immo. So we are not doing Holy Immolation here. There was a lot of different things Icy could do. This is a situation, it doesn't seem overly complex, but it is decently complex. Icy, if they wanted to, could have pushed a lot of damage to Jay's face. They could have hit with Silverguard. Move Silverguard. I guess you don't want to move Silverguard down one. Move Silverguard over one. Get the Sunriser in and the Light Chaser in, and you could have done a lot of damage to Jay with procs. Alright, Sunriser can't move at the moment. Very interesting board state, yeah. There's a lot happening here. It makes it difficult to theory craft on what someone might do. That's a really good clear on the minions. The Martyrdom Sun Drop hit for 7. The Healing Mystic was kept back. That might have been a rope. If the Healing Mystic moved forward, it would plug in a nasty Macintor hole. That's really gonna be quite relevant right now. Yeah, that hurts. That was a really nice turn on Icy's part. They just needed to plug that hole in. Still, it could be worse. They have a couple of Healing Mystics left alive, and they're about to trade into another one, from the looks of it. Actually, they're likely going to lose their one Healing Mystic here. Yeah, Jay deciding, do I take one more on the Silverguard and then use my minions for the Mystic? That Macantor! Keeping Jay in things. There is a Sunriser clear here with a Martyrdom. You could also just do Arclight Regalia. It's a bit of a slower turn. Replacing for this turn is pretty hard, though. If you want a better option, what do you sacrifice? You could steel yourself under the idea that I will just run Arclight if I don't get something better to go with Sunriser than Martyr. You can throw Mystic away into the Macantor if you want, and then kill either of the two ones. You could Sunriser though and do a full clear. This is what I thought was the most likely thing to occur. Holding on to the Arclight Regalia might be handy in the future turn. And now Jay needs to deal with a precarious Sunriser. That pesky 5 HP threshold being extraordinarily relevant. They can do it. Vindy Veteran. Strong independent woman versus Joe Biden. Is that what Starhorn is to you? Joe Biden. I think Sunriser demands a level of respect that's pretty high. She's kind of like a Chakri avatar. So yeah, we're gonna see Vindy Vet. Jay actually walking away from the Healing Mystic. Just to get a little bit of breathing space. Unconcerned with protecting their veteran from Dancing Blade though. They could have protected it from a potential Dancing Blade. They don't have to worry about DB in this list, but you know, some Lionhearts do run DB. I think Tempest Cliff is coming down though, and that could spell the end for Jay. Because Cliff is a big guy, and we can't answer Cliffy. I might have kept that Healing Mystic further away, because Macantor and Nat Select can answer Cliffy now. But if you had kept that Healing Mystic up to, then Nat Select doesn't work. The Mystic probably doesn't die unless they have a Blood Tear or something, which Jay has a 1-of Blood Tear in hand. If they can find one of their few removal options, which they do not find, they would have been in a pretty decent position. Now, since you're staring down an Iron Cliff, maybe Veteran Rejuvenator is the play. Develop some bodies, make sure they're able to get at the cliff. I would be a little concerned about placing them diagonal. I think I would place them on my orthogonals. Holy Immo could only hit one of them. No, I guess Holy Immo would have hit both if you placed on the orthogonals. That's not a good situation to be in. Because I was initially thinking put one left of your general and one above your general, right? But they can still 2-drop Immo. Any other orthogonal doesn't work as nicely since Mystic can walk into it, or Iron Cliff is already in it. Yep. Holy Immo on the minion that you can kill. You can even just drop a second Iron Cliff. If Jay doesn't answer the first one, they need meta to answer the second one. You could equip Arclight Regalia here and just bring Jay extraordinarily low as well. We might see that. And it looks like Ironcliff is coming out. Alright, meta or bust. Even if you get meta, you're not in a good position. Okay, Nat Select helps a little bit, I guess. You die to another Holy Immo, unfortunately. And Icy's pack and heat. The Glock is locked, as they say. I don't think you can escape another Immo. If it's not for the Immo, you might get away with this Lady Lock Healing Mystic that's about to happen. You can even tack on Blood Tear for an extra Provoke Body. All while using Natural Selection. But sadly, you don't have that luxury. Oh man, it sucks because every minion that's provoking just dies to the Immo. So it doesn't stop the Ironcliff from hitting you. You can only stop the General from hitting you. No, Jay is going to die. Heliodar gets away with it once again. Oh yeah, Holy Immo Punch. That was a cool game to watch though. Very interesting board states. Not easy decisions to be made. That's what I like about Lionar and Magmar. They can get into those huge positional setups that then come crashing down at some point when someone makes a big move. And Icy made a big move. Came out ahead. Alright, moving on to the next game. We have this is what I usually see, funnily enough. When there's a Lionar that wins in Team Wars, Vanar comes in to fight it off as though it's some sort of counter, when it's really not a strong counter, but people like to throw their Vanar in the Lionar. We have first place Jay Vanar. I don't know what this is referencing. First place, because the Lizard Lovers are not currently first placing in Team Wars. I don't know if Jay won a tournament or something with this, but first place Jay Vanar. It's a Jax list. I think we've seen a very similar list to this one before, so I won't talk about it too much. Going is kind of similar to like Seabun's list, actually. We have the 2 Flash Freeze Hailstones instead of Chromatic. 2 Snowpiercers are in as well, which cut a copy of Dancing Blades and I think a Rejuvenator because there's only 2. But we have Dreamgazer again. So Juve's Disciples and Lizard Lovers loving the Dreamgazer. Getting a lot of representation in decks this week. Let's see what goes down in the match. Jay is player 2. That means Jax can come out 1 turn sooner than you would like. Potentially 2 turns sooner if it's ramped into. And I think the goal of Jay will be to get Jax on board with the Prophet of the White Palm for a Tempest protection. Icy will need to be ready for that inevitability, but otherwise they ought to be just as well going through Vanar's early game. They have like 12% win rate, barely changed their decks. Well, that's not true. 12% win rate. We have the hard statistics. I can't read their win rate now, only because that might spoil week 5's matches, which we're not covering yet, as the win rate's currently updated for that. As of this point, they were 2-1, I think, as of week 3. And their win rate was over 60 or something, I think. Spoiler alert, their win rate is no longer 60 or something. It is something else and something. J, Dreamgazer, Snowpiercer opener. Not bad against the Lionar. Makes it awkward to approach, right? Icy probably really wants to do a 2 and 3, but you see a Snowpiercer now. So where do you put your Silver Guard? Do you just throw it away? Giving Jay a heal. We're backlining Silver Guard. Is that a visual bug? Oh no. No, never mind. Yeah. Jay Dreamgazered themselves, so Icy healing Jay actually buffs the Light Chaser for 2 attack. That's kind of funny as hell. Healing your opponent for 2 damage, so you can get 2 damage later on something. I don't know if it's good to do that or not, but Icy is playing with the idea right now, and it's pretty fun. And unfortunately for Jay, their turn 1 was not bad. Their turn 2 is abysmal. Just like that. And you know your opponent has Regalia. We're gonna see a Hailstone pass, aren't we? Light Chaser, not the polite thing to do. Alright, Tempo Rustcrawler does come down with a Hailstone just to try and maintain board strength. It's not a strong turn. You kind of needed to do it because 2 things can hit your face, so the Silver Guard gets a lot of value. If Icy wants it to be that way, they can repeat their last turn and essentially do the exact same thing. Healing Mystic Silver Guard if they want. Maybe kill Rusty Boy. Old Rusty Venture just because they can. And once again, Silver Guard staying away from the Snowpiercer. Important detail to pay attention to, right? No need to throw your Silver Guard away into your Piercer, or any of your minions really. Jay can only go face and you are healing Lionar, you don't mind as much. Can't even get a good Dancing Blades on this turn, holy crap. I feel a little bad for Jay. What do you do here? We have a Fenrir War Master to develop, at least. Actually impossible to play Dancing Blades efficiently here. Looking to go 2 left. Jay can play the long con as much as they want to. They have Jax in their deck, right? You don't have to engage. You can just develop Fenrir War Master and chill. You can even play Frost or Flash Freeze on the 1 Mystic that's in range of your general. I don't know what you do with the Dreamgazer here. You probably leave it up so your opponent has to send something after it, right? Doing Dancing Blade instead of Fenrir for raw power. I don't know if I would have done that only because Martyrdom exists. So it feels worse if you get hit with Martyrdom now than if Fenrir got hit with it. And you also might need that Dancing Blade to kill something later, if they open up at some point. But we're going with the raw stats. Circle Life getting replaced. Don't need it. 3 turns, 3-2. This time Windblade Silverguard or Light Chaser Silverguard, either or. Yeah, if you can play Silverguard and a 2-drop 3 turns in a row, I see no reason not to play Silverguard 2-drop 3 turns in a row. Looks like we decided to sacrifice our Healing Mystic to the Dream Gazer. Alright. Might have been worthwhile to move the Mystic 2 to the left. Your Silverguard can deal with the Dream Gazer. What do you care? The Jax is a little stronger now, as only one of them can die in this positioning. I seem to be considering a Hearth Sister play, though. Yeah, you could just flash freeze Jax. You don't have your Precious Prophet to check Tempest. That would be the reason to consider holding on to Jax, so this is a gamble. It's a gamble that can pay off really hard, but a gamble all the same. Alright, Jax is established. Light Chaser's getting pitched to the side. No Tempest. There is a Sunriser healing bottle. Sundrop elixir. So if they can clear one of the Jaxes, you can clear 2 of the Jaxies. Mini Jaxies. Alright, not bad, not bad. You also could have sacrificed your Windblade into that. Had your general move 2 to the left. And then just hit face if you want to do a race against Jay. Look at the spread out positioning here. They're like mirrored in a weird way, you know? You've got Jay with an L angle, and then you've got Icy with an L angle that's just slightly enclosed. It's very aesthetically pleasing to look at. Second Snowpiercer coming in handy here. On the clean Sunriser clear, getting a little bit low. But they can play Rejuvenator above the rightmost Jaxi. Yep. Very nice turn. Oh, there's the Razorback. Tempest is in hand, so all is not over yet. Yeah, the one-off Rejuve. Well, they have 2 copies of Rejuve in the deck. Double Tempest in hand. You could say... no, I guess you can't do that. 7 mana, not 8 mana. I was gonna say, you could double Tempest Arclight. Just say fuck it. You could do 1 Tempest Arclight and say fuck it. You could also double Windblade, which is probably better after a Tempest. Silverguard sent to lockdown Rejuvenator over there. We have 2 Hearth Sisters. If Jay wanted to, he could send both Windblades into Oblivion and develop a Lady Lock, doing a triple lockdown on to Icy, which would be pretty good, honestly. We might see that. Send both Windblades to Narnia over there. And kill the Silverguard with your guy for value and just pass. I wonder if that is what we will see. You could also leave the 1 Windblade by your side and play the Fenrir for bigger power. And now we're just getting rid of everything. I bet Icy didn't see this coming. I sure wouldn't have seen this coming. It's like, damn. My minions aren't at my side anymore. And I'm provoked. Jay pushing for lethal. 11 HP to 11 HP. How do you get out of this as Icy? 2-drop MO Tempest puts your HP pretty low. They have Arclight, so they can get a clean clear on Lady Lock and prevent 2 incoming damage on the next turn. But then the Tempest doesn't help a whole lot. You can Martyrdom Arclight, which makes you a lot safer. Circle of Life. And Martyrdom. I guess that's the ticket now. Unfortunately, not at 9 mana to do Arclight Circle. Yep. Arclight Martyr. Okay. Our HP is pretty low. Does Jay have it here? I don't think so, right? You need out of hand damage. Jay could do something like Fenrir Razorback and then bounce your Razorback back to your hand. I don't think you want to do that though, because you probably assume you need it against cliffs and whatnot. Yeah, you can just buff this rusty. Oh right, you want to get rid of Arclight Regalia. This is obviously the play you do. Sorry, I was a little distracted because I had to get the next deck ready to go. Could save Razorback for later, I suppose. There's no reason to really hold back though. Where to put the Razorback? Box the opponent in. Cash in on the 6 now. Replacing in the Piercer could have been lethal if they run 3. Jay only runs 2, so he knows he doesn't have another one left. But yeah, 3 damage. Piercer would have done it. They had I don't think they could have gotten lethal there. They only have Primus Fist and Razorbacks for burst remaining. Huh. It wasn't a good position to be in, but they could have circled, got some HP back, and then Martyrdom and walk out of the cage. I don't know if they would have survived doing that. I need to look at the board state a little bit more, but they decide to tap out. Icy goes down to Jay's Vanar, and Jax wasn't even wholly responsible for the victory. So, just like what happened earlier, Vanar comes in, they do their thing, right? What do you send in to chase the Vanar away? Yep, and bring in your Magmar guy to chase the Jax Vanar away. Vath the Immortal is coming in, so this is probably Sebin again, right? And they have mid-range Magmar. This one, 2 Silithar Elders instead of 1. Also, wow, that's so weird. Are they aware of how similar their lists were to each other? Because they're also 2 Nat Select and 2 Meta. When did that become the thing that we do now? Double Nat, double Meta instead of triples. I guess you gotta make cuts somewhere. We can see 1 Shroud and 1 Rust Crawler are teched in, right? So the cuts need to be made somewhere. It's just funny how similar some of their lists are to each other. Alright, this is game 6, I think. Obehave is back against Jay. Base mirror strat from the Disciples. It was this way in the other set too, with Prismatic Illusionist and what's it called? Speaking of which, I could probably do with updating my Twitch. I always forget to do that once we switch sets. It just doesn't come to mind. Okay, we've got Silithar Opener on Obehave's side. I don't know if Phalanxar was in hand or not, and they chose to do Silithar because I was looking away to update the title. But Silithar, pretty good. They can ramp in the Veteran if they want. Jay is doing safe Mystic placement, although aggressive movement. Not Turtle Opener exactly. Maybe we need a name for this opener too. Where you put the minion like on the opposite side of the enemy, above or below your general. Looking at the boy, doing double 2. If you were going to do double 2, you could have moved your Silithar up instead of taking the Monotile for no reason. So, interesting decision on Sebin's part. Jay can do 2 and 3. They could equip Snowpiercer instead of playing Fenrir to clear the Silithar. Or the Phalanxar, whichever one. What about the Forehead Opener? Yeah, I guess we could call it the Forehead Opener. Is there a reason why Forehead Opener, though? You put the minion on your forehead? Well, I mean, that works half the time, but sometimes you put it on the bottom, right? Forehead Opener. I like your logic there, nerd. No, Edna. Can call it the Cowgirl Opener. My. Sebin here. Get a good development with Veteran Silithar. You probably want to pull back then You could sack the one young Silithar to get rid of a Mystic or take off a charge of the artifact, I suppose. Depends on what you prefer. You can like move a 2 to the left, yeah. And then Vath can go up 1. It's not an easy decision on like what threat could you tackle. You could also clear the Snowpiercer here instead of killing the Mystics. Backing away instead, clearing nothing. Since this is the line of play and your young Silithar is destroyed either way, I wonder if I would have left it in front of Faye, just so she couldn't move too forward. Dancing Blades. Nice replace for Jay here. Maybe not super nice. The Dancing Blades doesn't have anything to really hit that it cleanly clears on this turn. With that in mind, you could Hearth Sister the Veteran, clear it with your Snowpiercer, and then develop a Fenrir War Master instead. I think that would be a little bit stronger. If you clear the Veteran, you probably leave the young Silithar alive though, since you can't get both eggs and... Yeah, you can't get both eggs. Unless you use Dancing Blade. Well, then you can only get 1 egg. Never mind. Yeah, you can't get both. I don't think you can get both. I don't imagine White Palm sees any play. And this is probably fine too. If you don't want a Hearth Sister Fenrir, then you can just drop the blade. Let Sieben deal with it however they want. Hopefully you come out ahead. Spreading out a little against Macintor, even though it's 1 turn early, but you know, Flash exists. Sieben can Flash Elder and let it see if it sticks. So this is brand new Elder. As of the patch, his egg always appears behind him. You can no longer put Elder on the back row, or you won't get an egg. So you need to make sure it's anywhere except the back row. I actually think the Elder change is a nerf, in a way. You have more control over where the egg is going to be, because you know where it's going to be, instead of random. But it also limits your Elder's position by a lot. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen some Elder action. Can Jay answer this? We have a Hearth Sister, so we can answer one of them, the egg or the Elder. We cannot answer both, which means this thing might get carried away here. And you still have a Veteran to deal with, as well as a young Silithar. Since you've committed to playing in the back, looking for Jax, right? Do you keep developing board in the back? Maybe try to get a huge Razorback play through Minion Swarm? You could ignore the egg and play Ladylock Razorback. Not Razorback, Ladylock Fenrir. We are dealing with the egg. This does give 1 damage. Push 1 damage onto Sieben. So to keep Sieben locked down, the Healing Mystic has traded into the Veteran. I don't know if that was worthwhile though, because now it's just gonna hatch into a Veteran, right? It's gonna be a 4-5 again. And you don't have the means to keep dealing with 4-5s that are recurring, so I don't know if that was worth doing. Yeah, Sieben is in a position where he doesn't want to develop Harvester anymore. You can still get carried away with Elder. No good Dancing Blade here for Sieben, but you can get your own Lady Locke going if you want. You could just do Veteran and Rust. Not fantastic, but your egg hatches and your Elder makes another egg. You're not in any danger of dying, I don't think. There's 9 damage on the table. You could block 2 of it, depending on positioning. Oh right, Rustcrawler is going to kill the artifact too, so there's only 10 damage on the table. I said 9 earlier, I meant the... I think I'm mismathing here, getting confused. 5 and 8, man. 5 and 8. Not 5 and 4. Anyway. I think Jay might be under the impression that they're in the oh shit, we can't stop this, so we need to like somehow kill Voth here. Because this is getting out of hand already and there's nothing I can do about it. I think Lady Locke Razorback. And the only thing is that everything is going to die to Silithar, right? That's a really tough call for Jay. I think on the previous turn they might have hit the oh shit button a little too soon with the hit on the Veteran. Because that's really what's making this so oppressive now, is the fact that the Veteran is back. So yeah, Steven is at 10. They have healing in hand. You can just clear the board and then keep laughing at the struggles of your Vanar opponent. You can even Healing Mystic your Elder and push 8 damage to face. Because you don't care. You get your own powerful Lady Locke going on here. Just double provoking the Razorback and the Healing Mystic of Jay has. Decided not to heal their Elder though. I think that was a mistake. Yeah, you got another one, but your Elder didn't have to go down into egg mode. Because then you'd have another egg right now. Alright, let me think. If Jay had a, like, I don't know, Prophet Hearth Sister, and they could throw the Razorback into your face, it's at 5. I don't see how Jay does 12 damage from this position. So yeah, I don't know. I would have healed the Elder But otherwise, Obihave is in a pretty powerful position. We've got an interesting wall of minions going on here. Second Razorback comes down. Jay can regain control of this scenario. I'm surprised it didn't hit a veteran. Interesting. So Hailstone going on the backline veteran. What? Okay, I guess they couldn't really do anything else. I don't know if that was a rope turn. You think Razorback Double Sister would have been lethal without the heal? Razorback Double Sister. Maybe. Razorback Double Sister could have been. Yeah, could have been. So, playing it safe, I mean, they had a commanding board position overall. There was no reason to take the risk. I understand healing in general there. Over the Elder. And it worked out for Sieben as well. So, Vanar taken out by Magmar as they usually tend to be. I forgot to mark the icon. There we go. Alright, so Lizard Lovers, you've got Magmar. It's Sieben again. We're gonna send in our Songhai guy to deal with Sieben Magmar. So this is likely Solifid coming in with the Spell High list. It's the classic Spell High list. I think it's been the same list. Lizard Lovers has been running similar lists week to week with few tech changes here and there. Does player name change to Obihave because he thinks the community are naughty boys? You'd have to ask Obihave why they've shifted their name from the news to Obihave. But yeah, Songhai, Spell High, going up against Magmar, often viewed as having a strong matchup against Magmar. You can get at them from a distance, you establish some threats, they have a hard time removing them. Look at that legendary lock and meta. Are you talking about? Yeah, on Sieben's list. The history and the rarity changes that Duelist has undergone. Alright, Sieben opening with the boy. Center tile this time instead of on an angle. Probably because they're facing Songhai. And when you're facing Songhai and their Tuskboar, which we see in hand, you don't want it to get a good trade on you. Granted, Phalanx are kind of ruins Tuskboar regardless. Solifid, what do you do in this position? You could replace Heartseeker, do a safe Lantern Fox play. I almost might have considered a turtle opener if I was in Solifid. She's only out of fear of a Dispel nailing my Fox. The Dispel would likely nail the Phalanxar, and then the Phalanxar would kill the Fox. But they didn't see any Dispels in the last game, so they're probably feeling pretty good about it. Yeah, forehead opener on Solifid's side. If you're trying to make that stick. But to see if other streamers pick it up. Just the Lady Lock comes down from Sieben. Not terrible to see if you're in Solifid's position. Definitely probably prefer a naked Lady Lock. Or Lady Lock without. brethren in arms to buff. Excuse me. Been talking for 4 hours now, almost 5. Yeah, this is not an easy turn. You could take it slow. I don't think it's bad to take it slow. Flash Mercantor hurts you if you take it slow. But you can just clear the Lady Lock, play 4 wins in the back, and pass, right? Can also do this, Tuskboar Kaido. Maybe keep the Fox back. Plan on juxting it later. We have an interesting lightning bolt pattern from Solifid. Maybe Chess Knight pattern, because you have your general and then all the minions are a chess move away or a knight move away. Well, 2 of them are. The board is not. Anyway. So Steven can flash Elder if they want and see if they get carried away like in the first game. If you don't flash Elder, you can get a really good Harvester off here. Maybe not really good, but pretty good. You would probably flash Vindicator, right? So that you can clear the Kaido too. And then clear the Fox with 1 hit of the Harvester. Well, since we punched the boar, I guess we're not doing Flash Vindy Harvester. So, what are we doing instead? Flash Elder, baby! It worked the first time. Yeah. Let's not question my phrasing earlier. Flash Elder coming down. I might have gone for the full clear. This is a really good clear. But Elder is here, and if Elder does not get answered, I feel like it has a harder time getting carried away against Songhai. So if you're playing Elder against Songhai, if it's me, I usually keep the Elder in Songhai's face. It's basically just an 8/8 in my eyes. Juxtaposition and Phoenix Fires, possibly Mist Dragon Seals, Ghost Lightnings, Twin Strikes on the ladder. There's a lot of ways the egg gets killed every single turn. Now, Scylla can do an egg clear. They cannot kill the main body and the egg, though. Well, they can't kill the main body and both eggs, I should say. Is this the turn people discussed? You guess not. This kind of turn is something you don't know what to do. Do you mean as Songhai you don't know what to do? You could clear both eggs. Could he really? Why is the egg not attacked? That was probably a rope. I remember there was conversation about roping hard. So this might be the set where Solifid roped really, really hard. And that is going to cause probably an irreparable match to come back from, because there's about to be 2 elders on board. Sieben doesn't have a super great response to the 2 things on his left side here. Kaido forwards, Fox behind Kaido, Jux with Elder. Saber Spine Kaido, General Punch Egg, Fox Punch Egg. No, I suppose if they had the mana to do all that, which they do, then yeah, they could have gotten both eggs. Would have been a bit resource intensive, but yeah, this would be a whole different game if they had done what Zohan just said. Alright, Sieben went for the clear on the 4 wins. Fox is left alive to its own devices. Sodafid has 2 mana vortexes in hand, which are not helping them here. I kind of wish I watched this set live. I know that Jay casts it, or streams it, or Faroka streams it sometimes. Could have been really funny dialogue on the last turn. Alright, the plan is to go face and try to alleviate the situation we have caused. Unfortunately, didn't Sodafid just kill themselves here? They walked into range of the other Elder, which I don't know why they did that. Because they're about to take 20 damage. All Sieben needs is a Vindicator and anything to do an extra 3 damage. Yeah. I've opened the tilt. Oh, that was disgusting to watch. This match does not represent our fan favorite Sodafid's normal level of play. Perhaps it was an off day or they were really distracted and call. I don't know what happened here. But yeah, Sieben will happily take advantage of the blunder Sodafid has just done. That was 2 major blunders. So yeah, playing Elder paid off. That turn, I'd have to look at it again. But Sodafid might have been able to clear Elder entirely. It wouldn't have been a whole lot of missed damage if you're only spending 1 Jux and 1... Inner Focus and 1 Saber Spine Seal to deal with an Elder. Might be a decent trade. Arguably, the Duelist Goat has off days too. Absolutely, absolutely. Hopefully they'll come back stronger in the following weeks. It's all good. So, with Songhai out of the way, the Lizard Lovers are down to 2. We have Lionar coming in next. That is the wrong deck that I just tagged. There we go. I need to adjust the size of this though. Alright, Lionar. So this is going to be Sodafid again. At least I think so. He usually plays Lionar for the squad. So we have Helionar. It's the Helionar list we've seen all over the place. You know, we got a couple of Dancing Blades, a couple of Singes. Everything else all ready to go. I don't see any deviations here from the norm. Triple Regalia. I think the Regalia has been the most deviating aspect of the healing Lionar list. Sometimes there's 2, sometimes there's 3, sometimes there's none in favor of other tech cards. Alright, so the Fid's going to have to shake off that last match here and get ready to make amends for that Songhai performance. Be neat to see the board state at the turn. I would like to hear the internal conversation that went down on that turn. And I mean, I could load it up again, but I won't replay it. We have a lot of games to get through. And we'll just keep the ball rolling. People can review the turn on their own time when it's uploaded to YouTube later. Excuse me. Theben has a Mystic opener, Solifid forehead opener of Silverguard. You can do... So this is Lionar and Magmar. Lionar and Magmar match. It does become very board developy. I think we'll see Veteran come down here. You could flash Veteran and play Phalanxar if you really want to. You could flash Phalanxar and play Dancing Blades on the Silverguard Knight if you really want to. I don't know if that's very good, but it's an option that's on the table for Theben here. Turn 2 Phalanxar Dancing Blade seems pretty strong in my opinion. If it killed the target, it would be even stronger. You know, Magmar doing Magmar things. I wonder if Theben is thinking about it, because I would think you just do, yeah, like a passive Veteran development here. But they did take a while to think about that. So it must have been some team discussion. Maybe someone pointed out the meme play, quote unquote meme play. That was available. Solifid. You can Dancing Blade the Healing Mystic. And that's what we're gonna see. It's not bad. You concede the mana tile to your opponent, but you probably don't care too much. Best they could do would be like a backline Spirit Harvester, and then the board gets really awkward once again. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe they should care. They just got wrecked by a Flash Elder. You don't know how many copies of Elder are in this deck or how common that is to occur. But it could have happened right here again. So, this play might have carried some risk, but Solifid spent no time in taking it. So, maybe they weren't too worried about it happening again. We get the classic Ladylock Phalanxar. Look at this giant upside down L shape that we have here. Pure art. I don't think I've seen this situation come up ever before. Not a bad Dancing Blades. Again, you get a favorable trade on the Ladylock. You just have to spend 5 HP. I probably would have done the same play, but I probably would have moved top right with my general, because now Solifid walked into Veteran Silithar range. Could be a little relevant. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, it's a really good 7 that we had. Now it looks like a question mark. Kind of. Not a bad clear on Solifid's part. Yeah, they could have had an anti-Macantor box developed if Solifid moved to the right. Granted, Silverguard Knight probably just dies. And they have to flash Macantor. It's still early for that. What we likely will see is Dancing Blades on Silver, and then Veteran General face on a Dancing Blades. A lot of swords being brought out in this match. There is a Nat Select, so you could Nat Select the Dancing Blade and flash a Dancing Blade instead. That would actually be pretty strong. Actually, that would be really strong. Theben can do a full clear now I'm thinking about it, right? No, they can't do a full clear. Because they have to punch. No, they don't have to punch. They can do full clear. If you flash Dancing Blade, Nat Select. They don't see it though. Or maybe they don't want to do it. They're just content doing a young Silithar play. I think I would have done the flash Dancing Blades as soon as I noticed it. I didn't notice it right away though. Anyway, this turn is still alright. Your veteran Silithar has been left out to dry. It will get some damage off on something though before that happens. Cetaphid could develop Sunriser, but I don't think you want to cash in on that combo just to remove a veteran without taking any damage, right? You could. I was gonna say you could martyr it if you don't want to get hurt, and then Silverguard. Could just empty Silverguard. Silverguard Sun Drop. Kind of surprised, so if it isn't saving the Sun Drop for Sunriser, maybe they want to draw 2 cards on the turn though. Back over in Sebin's court, we have a Flash Lady Lock play we can do, but Sebin's not actually able to remove this Silverguard Knight. And they can't Dancing Blades anything. Kind of awkward for Sebin on this turn. You can staircase veteran Silithar, or a Dancing Blade would be bigger. 5/7, right? Huh. Why is it so far away? Alright, Sebin man-moding Silverguard Knight in the face, placing his minions very safely in the back. Perhaps suspecting a Sinja drop, maybe? If Cetaphid wants to, they could push a lot of damage here. 13 damage out of hand. Well, not out of hand, on board and out of hand. They could do a really good Sunriser. Maybe not really good, but decent Sunriser. Going for Holy Immo. Clearing the young Silithar and Lady Lock at least. Keeping the Silverguard at a healthy 3 HP. And healing the Dancing Blades out of Mercantor range pretty strong. Alright, Sebin has a meta play. If Sebin is willing to hold on to the trigger, they could Dancing Blade the Mystic, lock down the Dancing Blades and the enemy general, and then wait to do Flash Meta Harvester next turn if Cetaphid overcommits. Alright, well they moved that forward first, so they can't Dancing Blade the Mystic. Alright, we're just seeing the meta. This is probably the safer option to do. You are on 14 HP. Empty meta looks pretty good for Solifid, though. Threw the Windblade away instead of the Light Chaser. Was a single MO lethal even with the Provoke? If you don't hit with the Veteran Silithar, I don't think it was lethal. Would it have been? Because you would take 8, 11. You would take 11 damage. It probably wasn't worth it overall. I just like thinking of alternatives that could be done in the situation. Solifid has a really nice surround here. Martyrdom did heal Sebin up. Sunriser kept his HP at 14 though. And can't quite. Yeah, I was gonna say you can flash lock Mechantor. You can't quite reach the Light Chaser though, which might be a problem. We might be dead here. Trying to math fast, but I can't math fast enough. But I think we're dead, yeah. Tempest giving a +2 damage with the Holy Immo on Light Chaser. That damage might not have even been necessary with the General Punch. They might just straight up been lethal. So Sebin is taken out. Second faction dropped. What a close set. We are 4-4. Lizard Lovers versus Juve's Disciples. It's going to be Lionar versus, my guess would be Vitruvian, because you probably don't want to send your Songhai in the Lionar first. It's looking like Vitruvian for Team 1 coming in. Let's see what kind of Vitruvian list we're rocking this week. Alright, there's a lot of things in here, so I'm gonna need to zoom this image in for myself. So we're looking at this. Looks like Old Mazer, Zoo, and Sabotage Vitruvian featuring Syzygy. So we have a ton of minions and 12 2-drops here, 6 1-drops. So that's 18 turn 1 plays as player 1. We've got Ladylocks and Portal Guardians, and then a spattering of other things. 2 copies of Mirage Master, 2 Rejuves, 2 of the, what do you call it? Archon Spellbinders, triple Aymara as the top of the curve, and triple Zenrui. 3 First Wish, 2 Syzygy is all the spells we have. You know, I'm fascinated by these Vitruvian lists that have been coming up. Imperial Mechanist, Cosmic Flesh, yeah, right, because of the deck list website's not up to date. But yeah, I'm really intrigued by these Vitruvian lists. We're sacrificing all answers, basically. Almost all answers. You have 2 Mirage Masters, which can nail some rush things. You have Zenruis, so you have your Sabo a little bit. No Siphons, though. No other removal. No other filtering spells. I'm surprised Ghost Links doesn't get featured in a list of this caliber to help you cycle better. Hold on, I loaded the wrong video. Just a moment, we'll get in there. There we go. Ollie playing Vitruvian for Juve's Disciples. Rip old Ghost Links. Yeah, I feel you, Hemp Mine. I think Well, it wasn't widely used, mostly because of the body. Old Ghost Link's effect was a fine effect to have around. It was fun for the memers, and it'll probably never return. Alright. Vet v Linar. This is an interesting matchup. I have no idea how this is going to go or how to really commentate on this. Insights into this. I think the Lionar is favored here because the Lionar has this thing called Holy Immo, right? Which kind of deletes all of your minions that have 4 HP or less, and you're playing a Zoo Vitruvian list that summons a bunch of 4 HP or less minions in the early game. You do have Portal Guardians though, but they just get martyrdomed. And the one thing I will say is this list has Aymara, and the Lizard Lovers have 0 answers to Aymara. Nobody respects the Ayla, as she used to be known as. Often treated as a meme 6-drop. I know Grinch likes to champion it. I actually think Aymara is a fine card. It lacks Dying Wish synergy in the faction it's in, but I don't think it's a bad 6-drop whatsoever. It's especially good when it's played later in the game and your opponent's removal options are gone. Aymara kind of screws you pretty hard if you can't deal with it. Whoops, I just hit something I didn't mean to. Alright, so it's turn 2. We have Dreamgazer with double Iraqi Portal Guardian development as well. Ollie is doing the zoo thing. Sotafid, in response, has the martyrdom to deal with the Portal Guardian. Thankfully, they would be in a really tough position without that martyr there. And they get a favorable trade against the Dreamgazer, and they can keep their Light Chaser alive, so it takes out an Iraqi too. And completely undeterred, Sotafid just goes in. I guess the idea is they probably want to kill the Light Chaser and they won't get too big. If Ollie wants to, he could say, fuck it. Heal up that damaged Iraqi and push some damage and do a favorable trade on the Healing Mystic instead. And just leave the Light Chaser alone. How much bigger can it get, right? Now, I think he'll kill the Light Chaser with one of the Iraqis, but then you still do double Mystic. I wouldn't have healed myself. Okay. So we're actually leaving the Light Chaser alive. Yeah, we said fuck it, but we didn't go face. Okay, we're killing the Light Chaser, never mind. So this positioning puts the remaining Iraqi in a safe position. I was going to say I would have hit with the Iraqi and then... I would have healed the Iraqi, hit with it, and then healed it again. Probably. Sacrificing the other guy. This gives you a healthier board. But the Iraqi is now out of position, kind of. Sotafid can do a Tempest Punch on the Mystic, develop Windblade, or they can just do Dancing Blade, which is probably what we see. Dancing Blade could have gone on this Mystic or the other Mystic. I'm not sure if one is strictly better. This one keeps it out of range with the Iraqi Headhunter, though. Taking a sip of my drink here. Is there a world where you Syzygy? I don't think so. Not yet. Could develop Archon Spellbinder and just go face. Could do Portal Guardian and your Prophet. Portal Guardian gets replaced. So never mind, can't do that anymore. I think I would maybe back up the... Maybe not back it up entirely, but move my general forward, hit theirs. Yeah, like that. Play Archon behind Arjun, trap him in with Mystic, bring Araki down. Threaten a strong future Syzygy. Could be a decent idea. And with the Archon down, Celifid doesn't really have the luxury of anticipating a strong Syzygy, even if it's really obvious that's what's gonna go happen. So you can't like make a good martyr here on Araki. You could do it and trade your face and blades into Archon. Interesting. Traded face in the Archon, traded blades in the face, and then healed blades back up to full. And that was the only card they played. A vicious game for sure. It's too soon to do the Syzygy play. No, I don't know what I would do here. Yeah, you could Lady Lock and Prophet. It buffs Araki more. You can do First Wish first, see what your other options are. You could copy the Dancing Blade with your Mirage Master. Alright, doing nothing with Araki. It's just charging up. So if it is at 11, they kind of need to kill that thing before it fires. Energy Cannon at 80% charge here. Isn't it CPG to wait for it? Because does it? Yeah, CPG. If we have Faroka commentary, the CPG card. Alright, yes, they finally take out the threat. Celifid's not out of harm's way yet, though. We have what, 6? 8. Fortunately, there's no 5 damage blast on board here. This is a really awkward situation for the two of them, isn't it? I think we're gonna see Syzygy happen. Copying the Silverguard. What gets blast in this scenario? Alright, we're giving blast to the Prophet of the White Palm. Respecting all the potential damage, going for a strong clear. We have a 3/7 Silverguard Knight, thanks to Syzygy. Sylphid not dead yet, though. Sinja gets the boot. Not good enough to be played. If that's hitting, I'm guessing Holy Ummo is their answer, and then maybe heal with Rejuvenator. Could also double 2-drop if you think 10 HP is enough to stay alive on. To be fair, against Zoo Vitruvian, it kind of is, unless another Syzygy drops. I actually chose to stay in range. Of the Prophet. So Ollie can go fishing first, but we know that they only have minions in deck. There's no burst that's going to close out this 12. It could be a good time for Aymara. It looks like Aymara is coming down. Aymara with a Rocky instead of First Wish. It's not too bad. Choosing to maintain Tetra pattern. I forget what the Tetris piece is called, where you have the like 2 sides sticking out. The little zigzag. Z pattern. Oh, this is gonna hurt Sylphid a lot. They have healing in hand, so I think they can pull it off this time around, but the problem is the Prophet. Bring you down to 2, right? Alright, we flipped the tables. Sylphid is injured pretty severely, but they're still kicking it, you know, healing Lionar, doing that thing they do. Choosing to heal the Dancing Blades instead of their face. I think a safe bet to make against this Vitruvian unless you're fighting. That's actually a really relevant top deck considering... So Aymara placement's going to become very important here. If you put Aymara on the bottom left, you can force both of the 4 attack guys to deal with Aymara, and you can then use your Saboteur to make the Mystic useless. You could also Saboteur like the Dancing Blades or something, and then put Aymara on the top left. Problem is you play in the MO. Well, I mean, you're going to be doing a staircase positioning either way. I don't think they have the luxury of playing around MO outside of staircasing here. Oh, we're fishing for a card first. Healing Mystic. Aymara top left. Hitting. Very ballsy. I don't know if I would have used the Healing Mystic here over Saboteur, because now Sylphid can trade the Dancing Blade and the Healing Mystic instead of both of the 4 attack things, and he can use the Rejuvenator to delete the Mystic. If you had Saboteur, then both of the 4-attack things have to die unfavorably. You know, sans Holy Immo or Tempest or some other card. Yeah, the Aymara is still doing work. Silphid's under a lot of duress here. Oh yeah, that could have been a play to make too, what Zedek's just mentioned. You could have sabotaged the Rejuvenator from above and then put Aymara below. Oh man. Ollie's sitting at a comfortable 15 though, thanks to the Aymara healing. They just got nailed with an Arclight Regalia, but I don't think they mind. So, we could see... Yep, Windblade come down too, of course. Silphid's in top deck mode. Could see double Saboteurs and Rui taking the Silver Guard. You could copy the Silver Guard, I suppose, and double Saboteur as well. The Betrayer. The Great Betrayer. Turncoat. Not through his own will, of course. I think I just Sabo Rejuvenator and hit it here. If you're really scared of a Holy Immo finisher on 2 cards with Lionar while you're at 13 HP, you could walk away from your guy. You could have like moved right, double block the Windblade with your Saboteur, and then hit the Rejuvenator. But I don't think Ollie has to worry about it. Off of 2 cards, even if Holy Immo happens, something else has to hit the Silver Guard Knight to get it out of the way. So you're at most taking 4 damage. Silphid taps out. They have no good play with the Dancing Blades replace. Damn. That was a brutal fight. Well played on both players' side. Ollie coming out ahead. Aymara healers healing too strong. So, we're down to a Vitruvian mirror match, although Songhai still in the wings for Juve's disciples here. Is this going to be Zoo Vitruvian Mirror? Because this is Lizard Lovers. They have Mazer, and Mazer loves his Insanity list, which he is bringing. Same as last week's, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, this is Mazer Vet doing the same thing spell-wise. 3 First Wish, 2 Syzygy. Mazer's list a lot heavier. Has Dancing Blades, has... Well, they both have Archon, but Mazer also has Starfire Scarab as well. Neither player can answer Starfire Scarab, right? The only way they could is Saboteur Zenrui on 7 mana. But, so I think if Mazer can play Starfire Scarab, they'll have a big advantage in this matchup. Likewise, Mazer can't answer Aymara. They both have like this turbo threat thing that they don't deal well with. Mazer's player 1 though, Ollie player 2. I know it's a huge contention over player 1 versus player 2. And I At least for Mazer's Vitruvian list here, they prefer going first, so they should be at a slight advantage, I would think. Center tile Araki is a go. Ollie can follow up with a, well, you could do Turtle Opener, Portal Guardian, you could do Forehead Opener if you don't mind the Araki. You could also just move one forward and then play Portal somewhere. I don't think you deny the mana tile though against Araki. I think you have to concede that to Mazer, which means a Lady Lock play on the next turn could be problematic. But you have a Portal Guardian, right? The Juve's disciples are deliberating where to place Portal, the PG. Since you're fighting Mazer, I think you know he runs Shroud. That's an interesting comparison point to make. No, they both have Shrouds. We just didn't see any Shrouds in the last game, I think. Yeah, you probably play it away from Shroud, hopefully. That is not away from Shroud, though. That's so not away from Shroud that Mazer can develop Portal Guardian on the top or bottom tile and then play Shroud, which is exactly what we're going to see happen here. Holding on to the Araki's health. This could turn sour rather fast for Ollie. They have a first wish, so we can clear the Araki now. And develop the Emerald Rejuvenator. That first wish coming in handy, making the turn not so atrocious. Draws a Saboteur with the first wish. Yeah, I was just wondering if you Mazer, you heal up your Shroud, right? But do you do it first or second? And something's gonna get healed. You also could have healed up Portal Guardian instead of the Shroud. Although, I think you need the buff, right? You had to heal before hitting. It wouldn't have done anything, so never mind. Never mind, Ollie. Gonna have to develop something. You have a choice here. You can do Saboteur to sort of stall a bit with Portal Guardian. You could also back up and do Archon. You could kill the Shroud, face everything, and develop Archon. Can't play Syzygy. Well, I mean, you could play Syzygy, give 2 attack to the Rejuvenator. Can't get it blast yet, though. Looks like we're doing Saboteur Guardian. No, Rustcrawler Guardian. Okay, playing the Rustcrawler. Now would be the time to get it on the board. You can wager a guess when you're placing or facing Mazer. They haven't changed their list up dramatically all Team Wars long. So you probably know what you're facing against, and you know he doesn't have artifacts. That would be so weird if Mazer rolled in one week and he's just artifact vet or something really wild off his normal Zulus style. I would be floored. Second Shroud coming down. Feels bad to be Ollie, man. Mazer has the answers that he needs. This is going to be a lot of damage. It's 12. Everything goes in. Alright, one Mystic held back. Not sure if intentional or if rope, but one of them held back. Maybe intentional. Imagine if Fountain of Youth was used here. Fountain of Youth, 1 minion Syzygy to give the 2 extra attack to your guy would clear everything out, and then you can sack the Rustcrawler into the Portal Guardian. We're not in the Fountain of Youth game though, so Ollie taps out. Getting 1 Portal Guardian dispelled on turn 1, I think that was a positional misplacement. Having the second one dispelled as well, though, not a lot you can do about that. You just fall behind. Mazer was always going to be very far ahead at that point. I think Ollie could have done a Syzygy play, give the Rejuve Blast and clear out that row that had the Portal Guardian, right? I need to see if something was blocking the Rejuvenator again from walking down and blasting, but I guess they felt like there's no point in continuing on. That is Team 1 Vitruvian is down. So this is it, game 11. It's been a long morning, but here we are. It's Songhai versus Vitruvian. Often favored for Songhai, or no, I guess it depends, right? Vitruvian's high health pool of minions often favors that, and especially with Lady Locke. We have a... So is this considered mid-high? I'm not sure. It's kind of like spell high, right? But you have your Ghost Links, you have some Mist Dragon, Seal, positional tools. Only 1 Heaven's Eclipse, no Mass. So it's not really the spell high list that we know, but it's close to it. Heavily modified. Links instead of BRM gaps. That's all good. You can yell at me. Yeah, it's not quite spell high. Excuse me. 2 Killing Edges as well. Maybe a little slower pace, but you can keep a healthier hand size. Songhai here. So let's load it in. Place your bets. Some of you probably already know if you pay attention to the results and the threads, but for those of you who don't, who takes the set? Will it be Ollie, or will it be Mazer, Lizard Lovers, or Juve's Disciples? Call it Ghost High or Lynx High. Yeah, I suppose I could deem it as such. This is why people need to name their decks. And these decks could be named, but the Bagome deck builder doesn't post deck names, so... You know, what can I do? Ghost Links played on turn 1. You know what? Every time Ghost Links is in the deck, it's there on turn 1. That's what it feels like. At least that's how it was earlier with the Abyssalisk that had it. Yeah, I would call this spell high. It's just not... It's not the tuned one that we're very familiar with. It's a tweaked spell high. Double 2 drop on Mazer's side. Pretty strong response. Ollie has lots of options here. I was going to say they could Killing Edge their Ghost Links, but I guess that's off the table. Could do a Lantern Fox Inner Focus, depending on if you take Mana Tiles or not. You could Phoenix Fire the Healing Mystic and kill the Primus Fist. Take bottom tile of Ghost Links, Lantern on top tile. And then focus punch on the Primus, and then Phoenix Fire the Mystic. That might be what we see. You could do a slower turn and develop your Kaido. You could do Heartseeker, Four Winds, Magus. We are actually seeing Heartseeker, Four Winds, Magus. To keep the Magus slightly further away, actually played before, after the Inner Focus. Inner Focus played before Magus, so missing 1 damage. Don't know if that'll be relevant. You're still in range of a Dispel Shroud, so I'm not sure. Well, this keeps the Heartseeker alive, right? You back the Heartseeker up during this play. Oh, excuse me. I don't know if I would have cared about keeping the Heartseeker alive. But I've explained my stance on Inner Focus before. I tend to use them for the later game for powerful finishers rather than the early game, just for a slight early game advantage. It's just my Songhai style, I suppose. Neither, it's not better, it's maybe worse. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that Mazer is in deep shit, as they did not have an answer for the Four Winds on the previous turn, and their deck is hard-pressed to find answers for it on the future turns. Did draw Shroud, though. That Mist Dragon Seal could carry Four Winds to the other side of the world, if it wants. Or the Heartseeker. Unfortunately, not at 5 mana for Ollie. So you can't do like Mist Dragon, Lantern Fox, clear the Araki. You could Juxta, I guess. And then clear the Araki using your Four Winds. Oh yeah, that's pretty neat. There were a lot of different ways to do it. You could have like juxtaed the Fox with the Rocky instead. Playing in the Stars Fury, but we know Mazer doesn't play Stars Fury more often than not anymore, so no big deal. This would be a pretty disgusting Stars, though. Mazer is... I don't know if that was a misorder or intentional, but the Rocky missed 2 damage. Lantern Fox getting the Dispelled instead of Four Winds Magi. Mazer's probably feeling the pressure because they're in a very bad position here. You have a board, you've kind of like bandaged the bleeding, but the bandage is on a hole that's far larger than the bandage is designed to go over. Yeah, Ollie has the luxury of hitting that Araki in the face. Everything can make trades. You can keep your Four Winds alive. You get a fresh Fox on the board. You are tapped out. So, to be fair, which I don't see how this happens, but if Mazer could somehow deal with the ranged minion in the corner and the Four Winds and the Fox, they might be okay. But I don't see how they do that. Archon Prophet, here we go. The desperation play. Mazer didn't even attack with his general or move. Ollie is... if you're willing to sacrifice that Four Winds, you can very easily deal with the Archon. I think you may as well. Just sack your Four Winds. Your general hits the... Prophet, you develop 2 fresh threats, and you win the game. Probably. Hello, guys. Hello, Trauma Turtle. You're coming in at the tail end of the set. here. So we are on the final game, and this is the final set for this morning, too. Yep. 4 wins in the face as well. There's no reason not to have it there. Mazer, no! And Mazer just taps out. And it couldn't really stall with the Lady Lock Healing Mystic in hand, and Starfire Scarab is too slow. And with that, we conclude our games for today. Juve's Disciples taking it over the Lizard Lovers 6-5. Well played by everyone, though. It's very cool games to watch. Alright, with that, there's 2 more sets to cover, but I'm not going to do them right now. I'm going to take a break and rest and see if I can get co-commentators to join me next time, but I'm not sure. We might be solo. I'm planning on doing the cast tomorrow morning, right? Because I'll sleep at some point just to get the week 4 games done. I know everyone was really busy this week, so we'll see what happens. But thanks for watching and joining me, everyone. Hope you guys enjoyed the Duelist content. We'll be back again with the rest of week 4. And yeah, that's all I've got for you tonight. Take care, everybody. Hope you have a good one.